Hey there guys, it's Metro. We are back again today, Wednesday, day 2 of week 4. Good to be back. Just some announcements to make. We probably will do early streams now for the rest of the week. I did get the morning, I did use the morning to get a video made for Saturday. Good one coming. That's going to be a great one. A banger, as they say. I was going to do a review on Harry's first 12, but apparently somebody, I don't know what they said. They must have said something really bad, maybe racist or something. I don't know, but somebody said something in the key, so we wanted to delete it and scrub it just in case. So we're not gonna be able to do that, I guess. But anyway, hopefully he'll have another interesting key to do a review on this weekend, and if so, that can be Sunday's video. And if not, then we'll see. But yeah, anyway, Saturday for sure, we got a Mythic Plus review coming. That's a funny one, and then I'll make another one for Monday either way. But yeah, tomorrow we're going to end early because I want to watch the first game of the Yankees baseball season. Probably the only one we need to watch all year because they're going to not have a good year. But then, and then Friday I'm going to try to go play basketball after the school lets out like always. So that's our plan for the rest of the day, a week, and all that. And today we'll go right to 5 o'clock. Hopefully get some good runs. But we're very, very close to 3K. We should get it today, or definitely this week, one way or the other, unless we have a total disaster of a day. Hard part maybe finding keys, but we'll see what happens. Couple 14s listed, I've seen that though, so yeah, I think a lot of people have 13s listed nowadays. But which ones do we need is the big question. Yeah, none that we actually need right now. Floodgate, that's the only one. Anyway, JL, Dukin, and Showtax, welcome guys. How are you guys doing this morning? Glad to have you. We can do one for that, right? Glad to have you. Works too. Alright. New Discord overlay. You guys see that? Or whatever, like Discord thing in general. It's like, I made it really dark now. It's got like the top on the, shows the thing. That's pretty cool, right? Some new stuff there. I wish I'd recorded some of the wild pugs. I do too. Don't come in here teasing me with that shit. You guys gotta start recording them. We got a long list of them. Already got, it says 95. I still never got to all the emails from last season, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 runs just from this season submitted that I need to get through at some point. So we'll see how that goes. I recorded one and failed so miserably, then didn't record my next and played well. Well, that's, yeah, maybe that's part of it. Scared to be on camera, right? Some people are. Cinderbrew 13. I mean, we need that, I guess. Gotta start getting reps in there. The 3 we already have are the only ones listed currently, though. You're almost a Keystone Legend. Yeah, hopefully we'll get it today, like I said. What's the best software to record with it? Record it? I use OBS, yeah. Doesn't really matter. I think OBS is the best, but I don't even know what the other options are at this point. What the hell was that guy just did? Anyway, I guess we'll fly around and... Oh, there we go. Cinderbro Meteori. Let's go get some mining materials. Gonna drop this quest because we're not gonna be getting these. Don't even need that anyway. $1 equals invite. Oh.
Stomach, a Ramolith has one directive:
That's,
to eat.
never heard anybody say that before. Why is that?
This one's hunger into a constructive activity.
Can't remember when I had a problem with a $1 player. Oh, good. Good to hear. Didn't know they were that common. I got the rare Gallywix mount last night. Turned down a 2 million gold offer for it. Ooh, that's how you know you like the mount. 2 million that's kind of weak, isn't it? I feel like that's weak for a mount that's probably that rare. That guy was lowballing you. Famous last words, Morgan. Yeah. I appreciate him saying that, though, I guess. Never heard anybody be like that about it. Usually it's like problem realms, but actually like opposite problem realms is cool.
Nothing is better than a leveled field and a happy
Hey Max, what's up, man? Welcome back.
Thank you,
I think he would have offered more if I didn't straight up use it. Ah, yeah, so if you kind of haggled with him a little bit. I love this zone so much, man. Morning Metro, got the Eye of Kazan trinket from the dungeon quest. I was like, boom. Nice. That's good, right? I don't even know what that is, honestly, but Heard a lot of people talking about it. It keeps making me think, every time I see it, I always think we're talking about Eye of Razan. Right? It's spelled so similarly. Like, what, 2 letters are different? I keep thinking Eye of Razan's back? How'd they get that? So it kind of confuses me when I see it. Or it's not even that. No, that's not even the name of it, though, right? It was just Razan's Gleaming Eye, I think was the name of it. But yeah, either way. I always think that's what's being said. 2 million's not a lot if you're not broke, if you are broke or something. Well, no, it's not, though. It's a lot of gold, yes, but it's not a good price for that. Like, that mount is... Like, if that mount was on the Black Money Auction House, it would sell for 10 million, right? That's the way I always look at it. It's pretty darn good if you can stay in combat. Thankfully, most dungeons don't have a lot of travel in between packs. Oh, really? Sorry, I clicked the wrong button. Hey, goodbye. Good start to this one already. With Cinderbrew being so rough, they really need to change the no-key deplete. Yeah, yeah. They definitely went backwards with their design idea there, but perhaps this version of it was required for them to consider doing 12s, 13s, 14s, 15s all the way up. I don't know why, but maybe it was. So if that's the case, then we take that trade. But yeah, definitely liked it better when it was a certain amount of score above each. People were paying 500k for the garbage digging event mount for the first week. Right. I couldn't give away the last one I got. I had to vendor it. Oh, really? It's mostly... Hey, Grixon, what's up, man? It's mostly only good if you do Control Undead a lot. Why is what Control Undead have to do with that? Mind Soothe? Oh, yeah, just skip that one pack, I guess. That's fine. We can do that. What is that mount called, GMO? No, I've never heard of that mount, so I don't know. It keeps you in combat so you don't lose stacks. Oh, Control Undead keeps you in combat? Really? Well, where would you even... What? Is there Undead this season? I'm so confused what we're talking about. What Undead are there this season outside of... Is there some in Priory, I guess. That's it? Oh, yeah, Theater, yeah. Good call. Not much you can actually use it on, though, in Theater. Only like a quarter of the dungeon can be used. Salvage Goblin Gazillionaire's Flying Machine. That's the name of the mount. I really, really love this zone. Like I said, I really liked Azure Span, but I don't know if it's just the world content or what, but there's something. This is better than Azure Span. I have to say that out loud. It kind of like you almost have to like rip the band-aid off for me to say that, but I think this is the best zone in the game in my opinion. I don't know why I just don't have any passion to level characters, because I feel like it would be really fun to level characters here. They don't know what to play right now. I heard Holy is getting played after this patch. What the fuck, really? Harry's gonna love that if that's true. At least you can't mind control those damn squirrels anymore. Oh yeah, that was weird how that was getting used. Good change. This guy's got like a lot of strong biases. I mean, this is why I wouldn't be able to do my own key, man. Because I would be like this too. I'd be overthinking every single person. That guy's got a special character in his name. I don't really like that. That guy's named after an anime character. That's a red flag. Like, I would never be able to do anything. Hey, Jix, what's up, man? Welcome. That guy has 2 X's and then a K in his name. I don't know. Okay, we got somebody. Walsby. You can put all the time you want into analyzing the character, but it won't protect you from the person piloting it. Well, that's true, too. You almost have to just guess. Yeah, feels like you might end up being better to just guess. Probably have the same results. My hands are freezing today. I don't know why. Whew, okay, let's head over to the dungeon. One more mining node. And get prepared for the slaughter. The dude has a 3-letter name. That's a no-go for my Mythic Plus, yeah. I'm honestly with you, yeah. Actually, no, I think it's the other way around usually. At least in the old days, if you had a 2 or 3-letter name, that means you were like an old school player. But that was like, they freed up a ton of names in Mists of Pandaria right at the end. And I think they probably continue to still do it here and there. I don't know when or how they do it, but that was the old mentality. Like in MOP those days, if you saw somebody with 2-letter name, you knew that dude was playing in Classic. Not only like Classic, but he was playing like probably week 1 of Classic. Oh, you can't even use 2-letter names anymore. Wait, really? What happened for all the people who... Oh, but you can't make a new one, but the old ones still work. Yeah, that's right. I remember Simo had that. If your realm name has an apostrophe, it's a big red flag for me. Oh, really? Holy fuck. Getting kind of thick through the weeds there. All right, bets on this one. Take a bet. See what occurs.
5, 4, 3, 2.
13, really. I don't think it's going to be much harder than the 12, to be honest, but we'll see. Stone early, that's nice.
Beware.
Oh, tried to interrupt, but so did he. Going to be boss after first room? No, probably gonna just stick with how we did it yesterday. I tried that, didn't seem like it really freed up less than anyway. NA Peace, welcome. Oh, we still have... See, the muscle really should be dying first.
You're driving away my paying customers. Beware.
Chewy's on his way in. Hopefully we can get this muscle down before he comes in. Very slow. We did less too. Guess that's the difference between the 12 and the 13.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
Yeah, we didn't get the overlap there, which was good. Hey, Grozman Dan, welcome back. Going so far, so good.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
The no deplete thing is awesome. Had a healer DC in theater, replace them, and just start it again. Oh, you already have all your 13s done? Damn.
Beware.
It would be cool if, yeah, if you're doing your own key. Like, if you're doing your own key, like, only... Oh, the key holder did that. Gotcha. Well, yeah, either way, it's nice when you have all of them done, but probably not a lot of people are looking to do keys they don't need for score right now. You're missing Priory? Yeah, that one's tough. For sure. Keys don't deplete now. Once you have all 12s, you can't go below 12. Obviously, once you have all 12s, you're probably only looking for 13s anyway, so it doesn't really work the way you would maybe hope it would, but it's definitely good to have. It's just not insane.
Beware.
Whoa, what the hell was that? You got hit by something, I guess. feel like they might move the no deplete thing to Keystone Hero next season. No, they'll never do it below 10 because then people would be able to easily, like, it would change the whole selling and boosting 10s and shit. First boss of Priory trucks me on a Prot Warrior. Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, that boss. Not really that hard for me, but I guess it can be hard if you don't have magic defense or something. It's nice. I can get my key to where I need it without having to stress about dropping it even further. Yeah, you'll never go from like a 12 to a 7 like people said they did last season and shit all the time, but I don't think most people are gonna, like, I don't know, at least maybe it's just me, I guess, who's playing the game this way, but like, I'm not gonna be 3 weeks, 4 weeks into the season trying to do a 12 when I have only 13s needed, you know? So it's kind of pointless for me. But I guess if you're one of those players who like can't do anything but your own key because nobody wants to invite you or something, then yeah, I guess it works. It would for sure ramp 10 boost early on. Yeah, it would really, yeah. It would change, because then you'd be boosting people for that too. It's a good little Warlock gate. Yeah, I wouldn't really say there's that big of a difference between the 12 and the 13. Oh wow. Just got knocked back into that. What an annoying fight at times. Metro with only a tank perspective. DPS is so hard to get in high keys. Well, yeah, but that's why I said, like, maybe it's just me, but I don't know, though, man, because there's plenty of DPS in our keys, you know? And they're probably doing the same thing, so. I know it's not easy to get into keys, but I'm sure most DPS still play it the same way anyway. Like, cause if you think about it, if all you care about is score, and you have a key that you don't need for score, and you might get a key that you don't need for score from that key if you upgrade it, that's like an hour worth of your time. It's better to just sit in the queue for an hour, don't you think? I think most people are gonna take the queue, the hour queue. But maybe now that'll change, that'll get softened up. Resto Shaman here is 651 item level enough for 10s, yes. I mean, yeah, if you're trying to worry about invites, yeah, but I assume that wasn't your question. Obviously, if all you're trying to worry about is getting invited to the key, then you want to get as much item level as humanly possible, but I'm 640 Mistweaver, pushed my key to an 11 yesterday. I'm scared to heal it. Now, get in there. Make sure you record it, too, if you do it. That'd be a good video. 640 item level healer does an 11. I love that. In Priory with my guildies, I go kill the lieutenants on the right and then have the caster with the boss. Nice. That's pretty scary though, don't you think? Well, maybe with guildies it's not as bad, yeah. Oh, right, we're gonna go this way, I guess. Fuck it. Already forgot.
My zeal to get back in business led to faulty reasoning.
Super easy for Prot Warrior 2 because you can reflect every Cinder Blast and just kick the fireballs. Oh, good.
Beware.
Yeah, the problem is the chaos that mob brings to the boss. Lots of dodging needed, and on top of that, there's a root mechanic or whatever you want to call it. It's like one of those, he pins you down to the ground and you have to break him from pinning the person down. So you can actually get pinned down in the fire that you need to dodge, which is really bad. That may not happen on lower keys too often, but I imagine it's going to happen a lot more on higher keys. Going right stairs in Priory is such a shit show. I would never even consider doing it at this point. I'll set some time aside and record it. Yeah, sweet. Let me know how it goes. Wish my pugs would do this damage. Well, pretty relatively high key. Unfortunately, they have no choice but to do this damage. That's the problem with lower keys. When you get upgraded with less damage, people are going to do as minimum as possible. You know what I mean? Third death there to that. That's not a great one. Yeah, I see Lust is still not. Now we're going to be waiting on Lust for like 3 minutes or something. I don't know. Doesn't seem like it's any better this side. Going right is easy as prop pally. When Lieutenant starts casting fire on the ground, use bubble. Oh, wait, what? Really? Why? Why is that stopped? That's like a bug or something? Not sure why that would happen, but that's cool.
Beware.
Why do some tanks feel the need to overcomplicate Priory? Just like a motherload type thing where there's so many options, you know? I really like the route that we found, but I mean that was from what's his name, so normally we would not ever consider doing a route by somebody like that, but it actually ends up being perfect.
My bees! You put them in cages? They should be free gathering pollen.
Every time he hits the tank, fire on the ground spawns, so if he doesn't hit the tank, no fire. Oh, that's really interesting. I didn't know that.
Beware.
Too much labor. And their anger and frustration just makes their honey spicier. Right, Bang? Bang!
Some people see Yoda doing crazy pulls in Priory. Well, that's what we're doing now, and it actually works out really well. I would really recommend everybody do it. It's not crazy. It looks maybe crazy, but it's actually like we tried a lot of routes in there. We tried like 5 different routes in there. That is definitely the best route.
Beware.
So, yeah, honestly. You don't need it to time the key, no, but it's actually the best route that you can do. Oh yeah, that guy's marksman, yeah. Hope your week is going well so far. I've had some people DCing last night. Oh yeah. I haven't had that yet, but...
Beware.
I mean, we only really play during the mornings or whatever you would say, like early day still. Maybe that's why we don't run into the DC and all the other shit, but haven't had a single key. Well, that guy yesterday, I guess. Yeah, maybe, honestly. That guy didn't come back, but besides that guy, I don't think we've had anything. Usually people just come right back after they DC. Been pushing as Holy Pally. Finally got everything at 10. That's cool. I'd like to see some Holy Pally perspective, man. They seem like they'd be really strong right now. I'm glad people finally realized to not pull double shout mobs. So yeah. In the beginning, you mean? Of Priory? We're talking about Priory. I think my problem is playing late nights. I should switch it up to midday. Yeah, it's tough if that's your only schedule, you know? But I'm the opposite. I wish I recorded. Yeah, you gotta start recording. Especially if you're seeing it frequently, just get going. There's a lot of a lot of funny opportunities out there, I'm sure. Where's the other one? Oh, now that's a trick. Hold the fuck on. Is that the strategy? The guy saved the bee from the previous set on the barrels of this set, so no bee spawned. Whoa. I didn't know that was an option. That's it. That's how you're supposed to do it. How the fuck did nobody tell me about this all this time? We're sitting here fighting like 5 bees at a time and nobody comments like that. That's crazy. I don't know, maybe you just can't do it every time or something? I don't know how long the bee actually lasts. Yeah, that's a trick right there. You definitely want to do that. You can actually, oh, you can't actually fight. Yeah, so we only got 1 bee, or no, there's a second one here, but yeah. Oh no, there's a third one. That one just didn't die from the preset though, I think. We got rid of the barrels. I don't even really understand what spawns them, I guess. It's the barrels that spawn them, isn't it? Kind of destroying this key so far, though, to be honest. Is there a dungeon you think they should add more time to? It's hard to say that, because you can be very selfish with that, you know what I mean? So I'm going to say no, just because, I don't know. Right now, the problem is deaths. The reason the timers are tight are deaths. People always die a ton in these dungeons. You know what? Actually, maybe theater. Yeah, because theater we just did yesterday, and we only had 2 deaths total, and it was only a minute. We had a minute left only. Or whatever. Yeah, theater is the one that maybe is unneedingly tight. You could skip that pack too, I guess. Definitely a lot of RP. Wouldn't say that's the big issue, to be honest. It's just very linear and you can't really combine a lot in there. Oh, it's snowing out. What the fuck? Supposed to be 70 this weekend. Peter's like the other side. So much time out of combat there. Yeah, it's really bad. Hey, Trond Johansson, welcome.
Beware.
Hey, Chris, what's up? I hope you're well. I am well. How about you? I don't know about this idea here. The guy was right. We should have skipped the first pack, honestly. You think it's possible to combine these 2 big dudes with the last 4 at the end of the hall? Yeah, normally we would, but people are telling me you can skip this pack. We're going to start doing that. Or you were talking about this pack, though, weren't you? Yeah. And now that guy's dead and released, so I don't know what's gonna happen now.
Beware. Beware.
Yeah, I'm beginning to fall apart here. Hey, D-Root, welcome back. Do you remember hovering over the time in combat of the other side? Oh yeah, that was really crazy. Yeah, it was like over 5 minutes reliably.
Beware.
Yeah, that's what you gotta avoid if you're gonna pull. You're gonna skip that pack. This guy's fucking Hearthen. Sad that we can't ever see mistakes and learn from them, huh? This guy, me and this guy have a lot in common.
Longer.
Maury Metro Misfire. SLB, what's up, man? How you been? 78 on Saturday, currently snowing. Yeah, really weird. When was the last time you got into playing alts? Dragonflight. I only ever really played here. We talked a little bit about this. Let me get this on the sheet and I can explain to you why I stopped playing alts. Like, I'm gonna give you a more understanding of the psychology behind it. Let me get this on the sheet first, though. Marksman Hunter. Rat. Warlock. Just was snowing in Syracuse? Oh, really? I got 7 inches of snow Monday. Holy shit. Is it warm there besides that, or is it actually still on the ground? That's crazy. It's almost April. Anyway, so the whole alt thing, right? Let me tell you about this, okay? So in the past, the reason I would play alt a lot was because I would, like, kind of set myself up for, like, a certain trajectory on my main. And once I would get to that point or failed to get to that point, that would be kind of the end of the season for me. And so, like, early in the season, it'd be easy to say, like, all right, it's always blast keys. Like, you're always having fun with it. There's low disband rate. There's high success rate. You know, there's no real walls that you face too early in the season. And then you kind of come to, like, middle of the season and you start, you know, getting a little bit more of that. You're seeing less and less success and it's becoming less and less fun. But it's mostly not fun because you as yourself as a player had this idea in your head that I want to succeed to a certain level and I can't get to that point, right? So we talked about this yesterday, but this is why I wanted to talk about it again today, because in season 1 of Dragonflight, I had this idea in my head that I should be doing 12s or whatever, 22s or whatever the number was at the time, right? And when we couldn't get past 21s for like weeks, it just broke me. Like, I was like so disinterested in the season at that point. And, you know, partially it was obviously due to our gameplay, but you know, it was mostly the pug situation, a lot of disbands, a lot of people just giving up. It really, really, really bothered me and made me unhappy. Then in season 2, like similar thing happened, but my father passed away, so it was like even worse mentally. So once I get to that point, I'm like, I just don't care about my Death Knight anymore. It's not fun to do the keys I was doing before. But then I came to the realization that if I just don't give myself these like goals or these checkpoints that I need to meet, the whole process of playing the game becomes way more fun. Like, now I'm just playing because it's fun and I like playing Death Strike. I like using Death Strike and I like playing Death Knight, you know what I mean? Like, these things are just engaging, so I just focus on that engagement. And so now that I've like unlocked this new level of enjoyment of Mythic Plus, there's no reason for me to ever play alts again. I only ever played alts in the first place because I felt like my main had exhausted itself. And this started, it didn't used to be that way in like Legion and BFA, when there was kind of more infinite progression with the Heart of Azeroth or whatever, and, you know, artifact power in Legion. It felt like there was a lot more to do on my main. But then they got rid of all that, and it was just like, what the fuck do I do now? You know what I mean? Like, we're late into the like in Dragonflight, there would be times when you would go like 5-hour stream and you would get like 3 keys in. That's how few keys were listed. So like all of those problems don't exist anymore because I have a different approach. So it's not to say that I don't really like, people probably are confused because I used to play alts all the time. It's not that I care less about alts now or that I don't like whatever the game has changed or something. I don't know what people think about it, but it's none of it's true. It's just I enjoy my Death Knight infinitely more than I did in the past. And there's no reason to switch to anything else. I know what you mean. I used to have a target in Overwatch and it actually started messing with my mental. Yeah, it's really bad. It's really bad for you. Because like one way or the other, if you have a target, it's going to get you into a set mindset where you just feel like that's it. That's the end. And when you feel like that, then the season ends for you. And I don't want the season to end. It was like a stupid idea. I didn't want the season to end. I just want to keep playing and having fun, but it's so fun to find an identity with the class as well. And you get a ton of backseat drivers on stream. Well, the backseating came with the alts. That was the big problem. Yeah, that was another big issue. That was an issue as far back as I could remember, though. Like, as far back as I can remember, the backseating. I remember in BFA trying to play Demon Hunter Tank, and people were like, are you aware you don't have Spirit Bomb? You might have made a mistake. It's like, holy fuck, man. It was just insufferable, so that is another big turnoff for alts, to be honest. Faxi says, I give myself goals, but semi-easy to reach ones. There's a better way to do it than the way I did it. But yeah, people constantly ask me like, hey, what's your expectation for the season? What would be good for you this season? You know, so when you get asked that question all the time, it's really hard to have like, I would like to upgrade the next key I do. That would be a great goal. You just keep saying that, you know what I mean? But that's just not how I ever did it, so. My goal is Keystone Master for the mount, and everything after that is a bonus. Well, so yeah, that's like a very, very low goal, so you'll get that no problem, and then hopefully you'll still have passion. But like, if your goal was to reach 3K and it takes you 2 months to get to that point, then when you get to that point, you're like, I'm done. I did it. You know what I mean? But you're not done. Like that, I see that all the time in sports, where like, you know, you celebrate the second round win, and then you get your fucking, like this is what happened in my high school. They celebrated the second round win like if they won the national championship game. And then the third game they came out flat and the refs fucked them. You know what I mean? They couldn't recover from it. So it's like, yeah, I don't know, man. Like goals are not good for you, I think. You have to be very realistic. I specifically remember your Resto Druid one. Oh, that was fucking awful. That turned me off. Like, Resto Druid, I have no respect for now after that. At least other specs, like, people, like, did seem like, you know, people would come in and they'd see the stream and they didn't know anything about the channel, so they'd be like, hey, I want to help you. You're just playing it wrong, basically, you know? But the Druid people were like, they didn't want to help. Like, I don't know what their goals were, but it was, like, malicious, it felt like. So, yeah, that's me, and I'll never play a Druid again after that. I love your stream, Sean. I'm glad to hear that, man. Thank you. What else? Sorry, I'm new to the channel. Wondering what was the spreadsheet for? Just for documenting all the runs, yeah. Kind of the big thing. What else? What's your route for PSF? I got a great route. I rarely try to influence routes anymore. I would go watch the upgraded 12 we did and go do that route. That route changed my whole life in that dungeon. And I think everybody should do it. Anybody with the Blood Death Knight especially, because it works really well with Blood. The Druid issue is definitely because you didn't talent Wyatt growth. Wild growth. I don't know. I said Wyatt growth. That's not the name of it.
'Cause I don't know. 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 'Cause I don't
Did you post that somewhere? No, just on the sheet, I meant. You know, just go to the VOD and watch it. That's the best way to learn routes for sure, is to watch somebody else do them. You're gonna need to see me do it. I could give you the export too, but you need to see me do it to know how it works, because it's not gonna work. That was why I was so confused by it when I first saw it, because on paper it doesn't make any sense. But once you see how everything patrols together and how it's so easy to combine stuff as a Blood Death Knight, it changes your... Like, there's stuff in that route that I didn't even know was possible. So, once you see it done, you'll be surprised. Guess I remember was spell. It was people kept commenting. It was about, it wasn't Wild Growth, obviously. It was about the, it's because I didn't go cat form or whatever. I was like a balanced druid. Resto druid, whatever you'd say for that. Balance affinity. There was something else too. What was it? Oh yeah, it's like a healing spell too that I didn't take. And people were like, you know you can't heal without that spell, right? It's like, I'm doing a 5. Constantly, the whole stream. And then there was even a comment. Like, I had explicitly said that my goal was to learn how the spec played. And in order to do that, I needed to get fully geared and do hard keys. Like, that seems fucking obvious. Like, if that's not obvious to you, you don't do Mythic Plus. You're not going to learn anything about how your spec plays in easy content. Okay, so anyway, I made that very clear, I thought. And then some fucking person on the, like, in the VOD, after the stream was over and got published, was like, I don't know why you think that the appropriate way to learn a class is to just get carried by your stream viewers, but you're, like, you know, making a mockery of this process and the spec or something like that. I was like, holy shit, bro. I don't give a fuck about doing a 5. It was insane. Like, it was really weird. Like, the dumbest people all managed to come out when I was trying to play that spec. So that's, I don't, it really is indicative. Like, I feel like the people who play Resto Druid are just not intelligent people. I don't know why. Not every one of them, obviously, but it is really strange how that class seems to collect the dumbest people who play this game. Like, I don't know. I guess there's just some magical about, like, the fantasy or something. I don't know what it is, but it's very rare to meet a Resto Druid main who I think is, like, actually a super skilled player. And I don't know why that's the case. Yeah, we're talking about, like, super low keys in Dragonflight. I was trying to learn how to play Resto Druid because of this. We were talking about this where we constantly saw Resto Druids doing, like, 0 DPS, 0 HPS, and being the whole dungeon. And so I was like, alright, I'm done fucking, like, I don't understand this. I need to figure it out on my own so I could try to work better with them. And I spent, like, 3 streams trying to learn it, and it was just, like, literally battles every stream. Like, the chat would just get invaded by these Resto Druid people who were just, like, the most insufferable human beings on the planet when it comes to World of Warcraft stuff. That was kind of the end of playing random alts. Like, that was the last time I just picked up an alt that I never played before. But we still played alts besides that. But yeah, those VODs are still there. It was like literally like non-stop backseating, like 4 hours straight of backseating. How's the grind this morning, pretty boy? We just started, so. Chad Tank dissing druids. Yeah, unfortunately, they've earned their reputation around here. We are unfair on some things, I definitely agree with that, but no, unfortunately not Resto Druid. For some reason, it's ever not like a renewable issue.
We've got another incursion, and we need some.
And we even just saw one the other day. It was yesterday even. We had one decent one. That guy was actually pretty good, to be honest. I thought he was really good, but the results at the end of the key were not very good. But he was very, like, I think he was definitely above average. I normally only use alts for professions and stuff. Got it. Yeah, I mean, I don't really do much besides Mythic Plus and stuff anymore, but I like the idea of, like, leveling challenges and alts and stuff in that way. But outside of that, I don't really have a lot of passion for playing random characters. The only Resto Druid situation I remember on stream was that one dude that out DPS'd everyone. Yeah, that really changed my whole perspective on it, because once you saw somebody do that, it's like, wait, what the fuck is going on with the spec? That guy was top damage as a healer on a boss. At a time when every other Resto Druid was doing like double digits overall. Like doing like 10k overall and shit as DPS. It's like, whoa. A lot of people are just fucking AFK on the spec. It's crazy. I still never found out what happened there. Yeah, Black Recold, yep. I made a whole video on it. It's like, okay, if this spec can do that, and then you got these people here who are like, I need to apply HOTS for 100% of my globals.
5, 4,
Like, oh my god, man.
3, 2, 1.
Old Resto Druid, you kind of did? No, we're talking about old Resto Druid in both examples, yeah. I mean, that's the thing about it, like there's no healing needed on this pack whatsoever, right? Nobody took any type of damage whatsoever. But we'd still have Resto Druid doing 0 DPS.
Beware.
Hey, Optional, welcome back. Long time no see. How you been?
Beware.
We're still trying to figure out a nice route here. Yeah, this one I don't love. It's not like the Priory one, but I'm pretty happy with it. I think that one's bugged too, just like Morjotha. I watch PSF odd. I mostly do the same as you, but the pack with the first boss. You go around the edge on the second mini boss, because I didn't even know that was an option. That alone is so nice. And combining on the first pack with Bloodlust like that is so crazy. Priory with no Death Knight is torture. Why? If first comes in anything, you need to be prepared. And that's the thing, like, it doesn't. That's what I mean, like, they're sitting there preparing for nothing. They just sat there doing nothing for the whole dungeon. How does the flamethrower from the shredder work? I think it's bugged again, yeah. It's supposed to be spinning, but I don't think it's working at all right now. EK can take all the soaks on second boss. Oh, that part is the big thing. That definitely helps, I would say. You can actually go around the left side and do the shredder pack first. Yeah, we looked into that, but it doesn't look very good pugging wise. I think people are going to aggro trash on the way by. So we'll do it that way. Since we're not actually able to get 4 less than in this dungeon, nobody even tries, I don't really feel like there's any reason to try to rush that first list. Blood Death Knight, my god, they can do so much damage, and so the second boss mechanic. Oh, really? They're not the top damage tank, though, unfortunately, it seems. Oh, shit. I didn't even see that there. Landed on a structure, my favorite. First 2-3 pulls in Priory are mega annoying without grip. Oh, yeah, you're right, actually. Lots of, like, ranged enemies, right? Wait till you see the key coming this Saturday. You guys are gonna go nuts. Brew with the 4-piece does so much damage. Oh, really? What would you guys say is, like, the 1 through 6 ranking on tank damage, then? I've been weapon swapping for Stone Skin. Oh, really? You also play Frost and Unholy? No. Blood might be the highest now, really? Above Warrior? Our Warrior is like actually like 3 million overall, and we've seen actual keys of that now. I thought Harry was joking about it, but yeah, he's seen Prot Warrior as like a beating actual damage dealers overall, and not because the damage dealer sucks. The nerf was heavy for Prot Warrior? Oh, really? I mean, it sounds like it was desperately needed, to be honest. Does Pally or Blood Death Knight do more? Yeah, I don't know. It wasn't that heavy. I'm still doing a lot of damage. Oh, really? It was a 5% nerf only? What's 5% of 3? 0.6. 0.15. Okay, boss time. That's where it hurts, not on single target. Oh, really?
Gonna teach you a lesson.
12% AoE nerf is massive. Okay. What changes? Why is it so much different on AoE? It would still be the best by far. 12%'s a lot. That's a big nerf at that point, but yeah, it probably still is the best, but not beating DPS. Voice actor is fantastic here. I like this one. Yeah, it's a really cool dungeon. There's no tanks within 40% of Warrior AoE. Oh, really? Yeah, honestly, I might be inclined to agree because I've seen Blood Death Knights, and it's like everybody's talking about their damage, but their overall is still like not that crazy. Like, I think they just do big burst or something. But it's like, wait, they're not really doing that much overall. Like, they're doing more than I am, yeah, but it's not like they're not like doubling what I'm doing or something with Sailing and so. See, I grew up tanking in the MOP era when tank DPS was actually top DPS. Like, if your tank was not top DPS in MOP and WOD challenge mode, something was wrong. So I guess I'm always thinking about that, but that doesn't exist anymore. They ninja nerfed this boss. The burn phase is now 2 seconds longer. Whoa, that's a big nerf. Sailing Death Knight is better right now. Just has more RNG. It's definitely better. I'm not disputing that. I just don't think it's as crazy as people make it sound. It probably feels crazy if you're doing really, really high damage on some packs, but I guess it's not common. Bring back the god tanks. It certainly got more people tanking, but then it also got less people playing DPS, so kind of a double-edged sword from Blizzard's perspective, I guess. Did they ninja nerf tolls and pots? Tolls and pots. You're talking about in Priory, I think. Maybe. I don't know anything about that one. Who needs DPS when you can have 4 tanks doing DPS damage? Right, exactly the problem, yeah. Honestly, their best, like, the best thing they ever did was the Vengeance mechanic in MOP. But that doesn't really work in the way the game works nowadays. They'll never get back to something like that where it's, because like it makes it so only one tank does good damage. And so it's kind of a good idea, but it's also caused a lot of problems too, but yeah, that was their best solution to this problem for sure. Based off damage taken in the last 10 seconds, just like Death Strike, only you get a damage buff. And then in WOD, they removed the damage buff and made it only a healing buff. But that was still really good, to be honest. I like that a lot. But yeah, it encouraged basically one tanking every encounter they possibly could. Because if the tank could triple their DPS, there's no reason to swap. Yeah, fast feet, yeah. Yeah, fast feet and Leona, Billy, friend with Siler, these guys I tanked alongside or played alongside, and they were always the top damage at this time. It basically encouraged you to one tank everything. So that's why they ultimately got rid of it. I think the best formula is tank should do 50% of the top DPS damage. I like that. That's kind of where we're at, right? I feel like right now in this season, and I'm pretty happy with where my damage is because of that. Vengeance tanking has me considering playing Mop Classic. It's fun as fuck, to be honest. You should give it a try. If you've never done it before, it's fun. There's just no content to do it in. It's only gonna be in challenge modes. It's like, challenge modes are like doing like a 10 in like 0 gear. And then like needing to triple upgrade that 10, you know what I mean? So you might not find them fun if you like Mythic Plus the way it is now. They were really fun compared to nothing. But compared to what Mythic Plus is now, you're probably not gonna love it. But Brewmaster was already tuned really well in terms of damage in mob challenge modes before Vengeance started scaling crazy. And then, yeah, it got really out of control. But yeah, if you've never played Brewmaster in Mop, it's an experience. Very unique. You'll never see a tank like that again. Easily top damage in all combats in 5-mans, and totally unkillable because of the way the roll spell worked. If you ever feel like you're in danger, you can simply slow the mobs to like 70% and roll away. Challenge mode, and you had range, tons of range threat. I should bring that up too. You had infinite range threat. You could hit every mob with range threat. Challenge modes are restart sessions where you have to play perfectly for the entire dungeon. The way people play challenge modes is probably also going to be vastly different, and people might not like it. But besides that fact, I think the actual way the game played was so interesting that it's worth trying. Mop I couldn't play mostly due to work. So it'd be nice to play and smell the roses. Mop's a great expansion as it is, but yeah, definitely. Definitely worth trying it out. Mop is the only expansion I missed out on. Oh, really? That's unfortunate. That's definitely surrounded by 2 duds, so it would suck to have played Cataclysm and WoD, but not Mop. Skip Shadowlands and Dragonflight. Ooh, you missed. Yeah, Dragonflight especially, you missed it going there. I know a lot of people didn't love Shadowlands. I loved it, but yeah, Dragonflight definitely not one you wanted to miss. I prefer WoD to Mop. Really? You like having an expansion with like nothing interesting in it? WoD's definitely a there's very little in WoD. Like the lack of world content really is exposed. Like if you look at Mop and Legion on both sides of it, it's like what the fuck were they thinking? There's actually no world content. The garrisons, I guess, are meant to be the world content, but it's like nothing there. WoD had good raids, and that's about it. The WoD challenge modes were great. I liked them, but it was mostly just because of Blood Death Night. I definitely disagree. Mob world content was the best of the old style. It was all dailies, so it's not as fun as world quests and shit, but they've mastered world content in the mob level. Or in like the early expansion level, let's put it that way. Then they completely give up on it and just turn world content into literally grinding, like killing a mob for nothing. And then they scrap it entirely and go with world quests and Legion, which is utterly transformative to the game. Obviously now we have what we have, but yeah, mob was the last bastion of trying to make dailies fun and work. You could spend hours each day doing the dailies in mob. It was really crazy. You hated the dailies? I didn't love them at the time, honestly, but going back, it's like, whoa, there's a lot there. Glad to see you again, Jose. What's up, buddy? How's the keys going? In general, pretty good. Today, not so good, but... See, those are only our first 2 deaths. I will die on a hill for BFA being good. BFA was great, yeah. BFA setting was spectacular. I remember WAD was supposed to be the end of dailies, but then we had garrisons. Well, yeah, there was no actual dailies in WAD. It was all, any content that was world content was like reps, and you just, to get reps, you like literally killed mobs over and over again. That's all you did. I still miss Titan Forging. Yeah, me too. The best system that's ever been in the game for gearing, and unfortunately one of the worst examples of the community being stupid and getting something removed that should not have been removed. Have some fun moments from BFA, that's good. If you don't like raiding, I can understand, but WAD raids are some of the best ever made. But there's only 2 of them. I mean, High Mall was good. I liked High Mall a lot, but that's pretty much it. Hellfire Citadel was not a good raid. I know people had fond memories of Foundry or whatever, but yeah, that ain't it. Way better raids. Battle for Desarlor, yeah, yeah. Compare Battle for Desarlor to those, right? Alright, well, so much for this idea. Guess as long as we get them all, it doesn't really matter. Legion completely upended the formula for wanting to keep up with your character. I was not prepared for it at the time. Farm legendaries, Mythic Plus, make sure you do 10 each week. Farm artifact power. Yeah, it's like the best system for keeping you playing a character. That's why I like it so much. And then after that, they started removing things that made it work, and then it took like 3 expansions to figure it out, basically. Really sad. People like strong-armed Blizzard into removing something that had no replacement. Legion would have been a lot better if warbands were introduced earlier. Legion wouldn't work with warbands. Part of the reason Legion was what it was because it was trying to encourage you to play one character.
Stand still. I ain't done with you. Beware.
Legion was great as a casual, but as a raider it made me sick. Oh really? I think there's a lot of people who were like thinking they were way better than they were after how easy and slow WAD's pacing was. And now like all of a sudden you had to play the game to be good at it instead of just log on and raid twice a week. And that turned a lot of people off, it sounds like. I want to fast forward to see if you time this. I doubt we will, but maybe. I mean, it's actually gone pretty well, I guess, yeah. Reputation, reward alone killed enjoyment of playing alts. I like playing alts. Well, yeah, if all you're talking about is reps, like, yeah, that's fine, but I thought you were talking about artifact power. Oh shit, did we just pull all those? Oh. Okay, that's not what we want to do. Tempest. Healer's not currently here. I guess this isn't as dangerous. Did they like nerf this or something? This was like really crazy on the beta, but I guess they nerfed it. We keep letting the cast go out though. Missing my kicks as well. It's not going good. Not going well. Poor guy needs a break. Yeah, I don't know what that means, but the key's about to break, so you have plenty of time. I really just feel like, oh, I guess they're getting hit from far away, but it's crazy how everybody just like runs back individually anymore in this game. It's like players have gotten collectively worse at group content since the beginning of the game's history. I jinxed it, and nah, it was never going to be good, honestly. GG, Shami, you had 2 breaks. What does that mean? On deaths. This pull just, yeah, did not mean to pull all this. I could never go back to a version of retail that doesn't have dynamic flying. Oh, really? I definitely, well, maybe, I mean, you're excluding Classic from that conversation?
Your survival wasn't necessary.
This happened to me here. You run back and get instant killed. Don't know why, because people aren't staying together. I mean, like, you're just taking damage the whole way, so you need to stay with the healer. 2 breaks to stop the AoE damage. Is that what he means? Breaks? I've never heard anybody say that before.
And we need some defense.
Yeah, that was kind of my bad there, pulling both of those. I don't know. I guess I clicked the wrong mob or something. Unpopular opinion, but I enjoyed WoD a lot. The story was good, the raids were banger. The only thing that soured the expansion was the long content drought. There was just no content. Like the thing about WoD is they promised a bunch of shit and none of it happened. What did come in the game wasn't bad, but it's just really disappointing when you know what could have been in the game. An earlier retail expansion that had flying and you had to unlock it via reputations and stuff. Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, I don't, yeah. Dragon Rank's cool in the current expansions, but I definitely, I would prefer there to be no flying in the game, honestly. But if there's going to be flying, I definitely want Dragon Rating. Yesterday I had 6 minutes for the last boss, but we were over count and the tank decided to skip the last 2 and it didn't end well. You can skip those? How the fuck? Did Blizzard ever explain why they handled WoD the way they did? Not directly, but we've kind of figured it out. Tom Chilton was being pushed out in the middle of the expansion, so or in the middle of the expansion development, and Ian was taking over. So basically Tom's ideas, you know, he had the ideas, and then when Ian took over, he like changed everything basically. I don't think it had anything to do with Diablo, but I mean, could have. Maybe it took development away from it, but just about the philosophy of WoD, I assume, is what was being asked. That was because they basically changed like core leadership in the middle of the expansion's development. But as players, we didn't see it at the time. We only saw it like years later when they talked about, when it became obvious like that Tom left in the middle of WoD development. Or I don't even, he didn't, did he get moved departments? I don't know why he wasn't in charge of it anymore, but you almost got 3K. Yeah, hopefully we'll get it today, but at this rate, maybe not. A lot of keys we don't need listed as well. They killed the second D3 expansion. I remember that. They killed it. It was bad or good, you mean? Classic developers have the chance to make MoP and WoD better in different ways. They made changes to Cataclysm with the Heroic Plus challenge dungeons to farm LFR gear. Yeah, see, I haven't followed that. That's going to be on my radar for MoP. The only thing that's definitely going to make me want to play MoP, though, is if they restore the Veil. If they do not restore the Veil, it's going to be really hard to get me to play MoP. But if they restore the Veil, then yeah, I'm probably going to be in. Just to be able to like actually experience that content again would be really nice. They stopped working on it and put Necromancer in as paid DLC. Oh. I don't remember that, I guess. Yeah, the Veil, yeah. If you're not aware, you can actually go watch old videos on Ace Games TV if you ever want to see what the Veil originally looked like. I have a video comparing the old one with the new one. And basically they turned it from one of the most beautiful zones with some of the best like repeatable content in the game into a zone that had absolutely nothing in it and is ugly as fucking sin, like one of the ugliest zones in the game. And they did it to make, I think like they did it for the right reasons. They did it because they want you to really not like, they want you to hate Garrosh and they want you to hate the Shah, you know what I mean? But it still fucking sucks. BFA Corruption Veil, right? Yeah, and then so they restored it in BFA, yeah. So now it's like gorgeous again, but it's only gorgeous, the most gorgeous, when you are in that phase. So when you play through MoP, like if you go to MoP Chromie time, it is not that phase. But yeah, if it's not just the physical aspect of the zone either, though, it's also the content that was removed. They removed all the dailies and just put the ones that had... They basically were going to remove 100% of the dailies. And instead, they were like, wait, there's achievements tethered to some of these, so we can't remove them. So they just like clumped all of them together in one little corner of the world. Which is cool for nowadays. Like, it's not bad to go back and get those things. But yeah, there was like hours and hours of content in that zone. It was basically like a Suramar. Not as good, but it was like a Suramar, so... It would be very nice if that could come back, and if it doesn't come back, I probably will have a lot less interest in it. Because pretty much everything other than challenge modes at that point is just stuff I've either already done recently or have no real interest in doing again. I would like to do challenge modes again, but it's just like, I don't think I'm going to have time, to be honest. Like, we have to do them instead of Mythic Plus, and since there's no, like, replayability, it's probably going to be really, like, fucking weird. People are going to play it in really weird ways again. A lot of keys we don't need. Maybe we can get into a 14? Rogue Plus is basically buff dungeons. Each phase that introduce a raid mechanic on each boss. You get player power buffs like standing still for 5 seconds. You deal more damage. That's cool. Is it actually hard though, or? MoP private servers do the original clean veil on launch. Or do they really? I've never heard of that. What is like an example of a MoP private server that's done that? I've never heard of that. In fact, I remember looking into it and people said it was impossible because the only access people have for MoP private servers is the final patch. But that was years ago. I don't think MoP is a very popular server base, is it? Challenge mode is going to be mostly sweaty, figured out game mode you can't imagine. Well, that's the good thing about it though, is like that's how it's supposed to be. Like it's designed to be that way, which is actually very refreshing. Because when people play Classic that way, it's very frustrating. Like when you're talking about doing fucking Molten Core and trying to speed run it and shit, it's like, brother, come the fuck on, man. Can't we just chill out and enjoy this game? But MoP challenge modes are that way. Like you're going into it knowing that's what it is, and so yeah, I'm sure they're gonna get wacky. Like people were already clearing Scholomance in like 6 minutes and shit. But I don't think your average player is going to be skilled enough to do that on Classic. Like, most of the people who play Classic actually fucking suck dick at this video game. It's actually crazy. Like, to watch these people die in hardcore, it's like, holy shit, you guys have never played WoW before in your life, have you? So if those are the people who are doing challenge modes in MoP, like, they're just not going to be able to be skilled enough to execute the strategies that those old groups did. So I think it would be good. I just don't think there's going to be a vibrant pugging scene like Mythic Plus has, because there's no real replayability to it. It's just get the achievement and then be done. So unless they make some dramatic change to what challenge mode is and means, like, they could just put Mythic Plus in. Then we're playing MoP. MoP was the first expansion that I played on release. MoP was so good. Oh yeah, it's so good. It was so, like, MoP was the expansion I have the strongest memories from, which is kind of crazy. That was when the guild was the strongest. The socialization of the game was like on its last legs, but it was still the strongest, and yeah. That guy said it's resilient. It's interesting. I'd be interested to see what that means. Means he's gonna keep doing it. Challenge mode dungeons are fun for keeping random socketed items relevant. Yeah, and that's going to be the problem, though. In the beginning of the expansion, you don't have access to any socketed items. What's wild about MoP being so loved is so many people hated on it. Oh my god, dude. We were just talking to Diox about it. He was here in the chat about a week ago, and he was the original guildmaster of the guild that I ultimately became the GM of. And he quit the fucking video game over Mists of Pandaria. And now he's like, I can't wait to do... I was like, what? I ain't playing that fucking gay panda shit. Like, that's what he was saying at the time. It's like, okay. Do you by chance share your levers get out sheet? Yeah, it's there, yeah. Both sheets are in the description now. I forgot to put that in for like a year and a half, but then I guess somebody was mad that I didn't have it in there, so I just put it in there now. I just want to raid Throne of Thunder again. Yeah, you missed MoP Remix. MoP Remix was gonna, like, there's not gonna be a better raiding environment than MoP Remix. Because you're gonna go back to this fucking cringy shit where people are, like, taking these easy-ass old raids way too serious. I mean, I'm sure Heroic, like, the final bosses are still gonna be hard, but MoP Remix was it. If you wanted to sightsee a raid, that was it. You missed your shot, because you could have soloed every fucking raid. It was really cool. I did that on my second channel, on the leveling channel, and it was really, really fun to just go in and solo the raids. A lot of hate from MoP is from people that didn't play past the first tier, which was the worst, really? The first tier was the best, if you ask me. Yeah, I disagree. I think MoP gets worse as it goes on, unfortunately. What expansion did Trade Chat die in? Oh, Classic. TBC, I guess. A group of friends of mine made a 10-man guild for raiding at the release of MoP called POMF, which was an acronym for Fuck Mists of Pandaria. What the fuck? That's weird. But at least you got good memories. I have 13 flood in queue. Oh, okay. Is that you who invited me? Yes, thank you. I remember random conversations happening in trade chat and BFA. Oh, really? I mean, they still happen, I'm sure. It's just people have moved on to Discord, you know? I quit WoW right before Throne of Thunder due to guild quitting and my father passing away. Yeah, that sucks. You did miss a good raid. Throne of Thunder is a very, very good raid. And really, both raids are good. They have very good lore, too, I'd say. I hated MoP Remix. It had none of the good things about MoP. The items, you'd think the items are the good thing. Well, I can see why you would say that. There's a lot of unique items, to be honest, but yeah, definitely not the key thing I liked about MoP. The content, the music, the vibes of the place, it's just fucking immaculate. There's not been anything since that is like that. It's some very, very, very good content in the modern game, and Legion and Onward especially, but you're never gonna get that like high, like almost like Chinese fantasy, you know? I don't know what else to describe it. Oops, yeah, no bloodlust.
Someone didn't get the message. These
It
are
lasted so long, it felt like an
urgent
entire expansion in itself. Siege was 13 months long, yeah. Siege was cool, but way too long and too much trash. It's definitely a long raid. I like long raids, so that was one of the reasons I liked it, to be honest. Not in terms of like just months, but also the length of time it took you to get through. Anyone know why that kelp in Floodgate just instant kills people? It hits very far. Like the AoE is very long range. So you need to stay with your healer and you need to heal through it as you run back. Don't just run in wildly alone. You have an auto pick add-on for your mining? Auto pick add-on? What does that mean? Imagine if they introduced Siege today. 14 boss raid that takes 1 hour to do even when you literally one-shot everything. 1 hour? That's a long time. Wow, the game's really changed. I think most people would prefer a long raid, to be honest. Outside of the race to world first community, I think most people would prefer a long raid. What is the name of this mount? I don't remember. We'll take a look when we get on it again. It's from Wrath, a long time ago. But still goes perfectly with Death Knight. Icebound Frostbrood Vanquisher. I think this is the 10-man Wrath meta. Brother, on farm, we still raid 2 hours. Yeah, I mean, under an hour. Like, who the fuck think that's a long time for a raid? That's crazy. Looks like you mine without clicking them. Oh, yeah, no, that's just the interact key. You can set that up. That's like no add-on required for that. That's just part of the base game now. Set a key to interact with thing in front of you and press that key. That's how I'm doing it. I'd rather have long raids. Yeah, if I was raiding, it would definitely, like, short raid nights are fine when you've cleared everything, I guess, but you don't want to just breeze through the raid in one night or something like that the first time you're in there. The only unforgivable thing Blizzard did in MoP is how they designed Shafir Heroic. Yeah, that was like a 14-minute fight, right? I remember 2 Bloodlust was like very, very normal. Nobody is going to clear Siege in an hour, not in live MoP. Well, yeah, either way. An hour, definitely not the right number, but I agree with the point in general. That's a very long raid. It was a 20-minute first kill. Really? Holy shit, that's nuts. Yeah, I don't really remember the fight very well, but I remember it causing a lot of like confusion amongst healers. Like, we didn't fight the boss on Heroic, so I never did it. But then when we were doing Throne of Thunder on the PTR, there was people on the PTR talking about like things that happened in the first season, and I remember people talking about like needing like 6 Dix Priests or something like that, just because they did the most damage but still needed the CDs. You heard all the race to world first drama going on? People hating on Preach. No, Preach. Why? What the hell? What does he have to do with that? Method's first kill was 21 minutes. Whoa. The final phase, you just fought on a blank canvas. Oh, I'm thinking of the wrong fight, aren't I? You're talking about the one in that 3 boss raid, but I was talking about the one in Heart of Fear. Are they... Which fight are we talking about right now? He works for Echo and his butt hurt they lost. That's funny. Preach made an hour-long cope video on how Echo lost and sounded like a butthurt little baby. Oh, that's so strange. That doesn't sound like Preach to be butthurt little baby. That doesn't sound like him at all. Different fights. You're talking about TOES. Yeah. Okay. My bad. I got the wrong fight. I don't know anything about that fight. I don't think I ever even learned anything about that fight. I was talking about the last fight in Heart of Fear where you needed... For some reason, you needed like big barrier type CDs, but you needed massive damage as well. So people brought like only Dix Priests to the fight. Yeah, does he still play WoW? Like, I thought he quit. Yeah, people like that I have no respect for. Stay gone, brother. If you're quitting, stay gone.
5, 4,
All right.
3.
Hopefully this one goes a little bit. Well, I mean, really, the only mistake we made last dungeon was pulling that extra trash. He literally just raids Heroic and quits. Doesn't even do Mythic Plus. I haven't watched Preach, and I don't know if you're being sarcastic. Yeah, I'm being sarcastic. I mean, he literally had a segment on his channel called Drama Time, to be fair, so it's like whatever, but I think everybody knows who he is at this point. I don't know why I'm not able to get this back. There we go. I know how you want to start the dungeon now. Preach had some real good takes on Mythic Plus. Oh yeah. I actually, you know, I kind of feel bad for these people. Like, he probably wanted to quit the game, and he's like, "Wait, I'm broke now. What do I do?" I don't know. It's unfortunate. I think a lot of people got into this shit for the wrong reasons. So much of the WoW stuff on YouTube is just people farming views from people who can't even do content or refuse to do it. Oh, really? I'm giving Preach some slack because his rant was taken from a live stream when he was heated. Oh, okay. Well, that's good at least. Then, yeah. What was it that he said? It was like embarrassing or something?
Beware. Beware.
You jumped the shark. What does that mean? I never understand that phrase. But yeah, the whole I'm quitting the game and then, oh, I'm back. Keep me away from these people as much as possible.
Beware.
WoW is officially dead. New numbers prove 4 people are playing WoW. Spellular, yeah, it's another fucking idiot. That guy's like the king of them though, don't? Yeah. Do everybody do yourself a favor and make sure you right-click the 3 dots on that guy's videos and do not recommend this channel, I should say. Same as jump to the gun. Oh, you meant like he went out of... I don't know what that even means really, but... Still double Final Fantasy. Yeah, 4 would still be higher than Final Fantasy, yeah. Jump the shark is not the same as jump to the gun. Oh, no. He really wants the race to be a neck-and-neck event that's interesting to watch, which I agree with. This race was boring due to splits and an easy end boss. But what is he mad about? Like, the fucking one team just... Did they cheat or something? Like, if it's not neck-and-neck, that just means one team was better than the other, doesn't it? Main thing about Preach's video rant thing that bothered me was the fact that he did not acknowledge that Liquid was DDoS for half the time. Oh, really? Tell him to be mad at Echo for taking 60 more pulls. Right, that's what I mean. Like, sometimes the better team doesn't always win, I guess, is maybe the right way to put it. Echo weren't aware for hours of a strat other guilds use on Muggsy, so he's just mad for nothing. Oh, really? Like they just weren't researching or something? He was mad about it because in his rant he thinks that Blizzard failed to turn on the Gallywix Mythic phase. What the hell? I mean, you can be mad about that last fight. It sounds like it was too easy or something. Yeah, that's a weird thing to say out loud. Jump the shark is an old reference to a sitcom where the main character literally jumps over a shark on a surfboard. In colloquial use, it means that something went to shit. Oh, I see. Happy Days, that's what I thought, yeah. Henry Winkler, still famous from that show, right? Pretty nuts.
Beware.
The Fonz, yeah, man. Back when TV was like culture, right? Like a successful TV show was straight culture. Now, I mean, it can still be like Game of Thrones and stuff really impacted a lot of people, but I think for the most part, like typical like sitcom type TV shows, they don't really affect culture anymore. He has lived his life off that character, and I respect it. Yeah, it's funny to see. I watched Barry. I never watched like the newer seasons of it, but it's really hard to look at him in something other than the Fonz role now. Muggsy had a few bugs, and other guilds figured out that certain positioning made it happen way less often. Oh, I see. And somehow Echo didn't know that. Gotcha. Barry was awesome. Yeah, I need to watch. Is it over? It's probably over now, right? Do you have any issues controlling aggro? No, not usually. Every once in a while we run into like a shaman who does like 20 million DPS on a pull and he dies to threat. But for the most part, the only time we ever have threat issues is when people just do more damage like before they should. They got a 12-hour head start, not a full day. Well, you're responding to what he said. That's not Liquid being DDoS for half the race. The servers always go down for extended maintenance. NA gets a full day head start. Yeah, it's not full, yeah. But either way, it's whatever, man. I don't know why people even take this shit so serious. It's clearly not made to be designed. It's clearly not designed in a way that the race should work. Like, yeah, I don't know. The whole concept is bad. I don't know if people take it serious for some reason, but it just does not work in my eyes. Barry had a definite conclusion, worth a full watch. Sweet. Having a heroic week would have fixed that. Yeah, for better or for worse, the heroic week helps plugs like get squashed, right? You timed 12 brewery? Yeah, we did it yesterday. A lot of Echo fanboys mad. They lost 3 out of the 4 races. Oh, is that true too? I thought they were like owning for a while there. I don't know. It's like, I get if you like the personalities and shit, but the race to world first is simply not a even competitive environment. Like, it's just not made well. Being that worried about winning it or losing it, it really, I don't know. It makes me think you're not even paying attention to how it plays out. Can't take race to world first serious when the top 3-4 teams are multi-million-dollar gaming companies. Yeah, that's another big. I wasn't even thinking about that, but that's another big part of it. I mean, there's salary caps in sports for a reason. Pretty nuts how this is even looked at as competitive at that point. Race to world first is just Liquid's race to lose. Damn. Race to world first is not all that. Yeah, he's talking to Matthew specifically. It's definitely a problem though. Like, it doesn't seem like there's true, like, a 4th competitor is not going to walk into that race and win it, right? This key is just going to be a tough one too, I think. We just can't figure this fight out. Music picking up on pace on boss fights is cool. It's very cool, I agree. Echo is like the gutter financially though, is in the gutter financially though. Liquid is the only team that's financially stable. Oh, really? Why is that? Race to World First is not a traditional esport. WoW Raiders make literally no money. Right. I was really more talking about like the organization of it though. The soundtrack and the new patch content is fire. Yes, definitely. Does the new raid have a story mode? I don't know about that. I haven't heard about that. But that was I only heard about it the first time was because they put like a heroic crafting reagent thing in there. Did the party fail to kill the ads? No, people just get hit by the frontal. Oh shit, I'm gonna die again. Didn't even know that did damage. I guess we're done. It does still have story mode. That's cool. People getting one shot by the sonic boom. Yeah, it's not great. Now what you want to see? Oh, you still have 13. Damn. Do you want to do it again? That's pretty cool, actually. I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to, man. I wouldn't want to do it over and over again if it was me, but I'm going to put this in the sheet and then I'm going to run to the bathroom, and then if you want to do it again, we can. And if not, no worries. You can kill the last boss for a free runed crest on story. Or LFR. A free runed crest. You mean like the thing that crasts? Oh, you can still do that. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize that. I guess we just don't need it now. Because we started with such good gear. I'm not getting invited to 14s now, so I'm good. Alright, cool. Well, here, invite me. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Did you end up listening or? Okay. It's like people who don't dodge the frontal from Theater of Pain, PvP boss. I've seen it happen so much. It's really, yeah, I don't know. But then the one guy was like, I'm not in it. I was like, I mean, I don't think people like take it serious. They don't run it very far. Let's see that guy die. He walks into it. Holy shit, man. This game is something. This guy literally walks, he's safe, and he walks into it. And I guess this is why you gotta record your runs. Here's the player. Right? It's not even on him, first of all. It's on the shaman. Where's that Mex right now? Yeah, this player, here's the player. He's to my left. I guess I misunderstood what happened. He was actually in it the whole time. He just kind of was on the edge of it. It looked like he walked back into it, but I guess he was just standing still healing. I was confusing Mex's character for the other guy, but yeah. Kind of just barely gets him. Yeah, alright. I mean, it's a fair complaint, to be honest. Yeah, the shaman did it. It was on the shaman and he was fine, but the druid, or the resto druid, nope. The disc priest was just kind of in it the whole time and didn't realize it until it was too late. So many people would benefit from recording themselves. Yeah, I totally agree. Like that guy, you know, if you saw that, he'd probably have a whole different opinion on what happened there. Are they planning on bringing back the legendary BFA cloak from Horrific Visions? I haven't been on the PTR. I have no idea what they're doing with Visions. Probably on there to test though, I assume.
There is still plenty of
Sounds like the patch is coming in less than 4 weeks, so. Okay, so it's like a first resilient key, but it's like a whole new group, so. I don't know, do you guys think that people are gonna do this, like? Or do you think, I feel like it kinda, like I don't think anybody else in the group knew that we had the possibility to do it a second time, so there were no expectations of that. But as we get later in the season, I think people are gonna find out if you can or can't do it a second time. And then if you do fail, they're gonna kind of expect you to run it back. I don't know. Yeah, I've started to see it resilient in the title, but do you think that means that like I intend to do this multiple times with the same group? Or what? I don't know what the point of putting that in the title is at this point. I don't think they're gonna make you use the cloak, but there will be something with it. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know, like, do you think it's a good idea to, like, cause then I feel like if you put that in the title, are you then like beholden to the group that you formed? Like, or is it rude to kick them if they're not doing well and start again? Like, I don't know. That's what I was worried about. But like realistically, we could have tried it again with that group. Like they didn't seem like nothing really that bad, to be honest. You ever put a note at the end of good keys to your channel so people can watch themselves?
4, 3,
A note? What do you mean? They're all on the spreadsheet if you want to watch them, yeah. Every run is individually recorded and uploaded. Like in party chat? Oh, you're like, what you mean, like the people who I ran with? Tell them that I recorded it? I don't know what you mean, sir. New Brawlers Guild style content coming. Looks cool. Oh, there's Brawlers Guild coming? That's cool. I didn't know that either. How are the keys going today? Not good. 3 disbands so far today. Gonna start getting into that more and more, I think, now that we are moving higher and higher up.
Beware. 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 Beware.
Disruption was no joke when Brawlers Guild launched in MOP. Oh yeah. Brawlers Guild is some of my favorite non-competitive content. Are they still gonna make it so you have to sit there and watch other people do it before you can fight? I kind of like that, but I also don't want to do it just because of that. I really did like Brawlers Guild, and back then I played a healer, so I never got to do it. Do those dogs do anything dangerous? No. Called Dastardly Duo, you fight a boss rush of old classic dungeons. Oh, really? And it's solo content, or? It can be done solo. Damn, now that's cool. I'm eager to see that now. You can also choose to do it with or without follower dungeons. Holy shit, that's cool. That's actually really neat. I'm gonna have to take a look at that. Guess the question now is it hard? I missed the Brawlers Guild. It was a really cool idea. Any reason you don't play AMZ? Yeah, we've had like no real success with it over the years. A couple reasons that I don't have success with it, but not a talent that I find that I have any value with.
Beware. Beware.
PTR is too hard right now, but that can change at any point. Oh yeah. I honestly gotta get on there and check it out, maybe.
Beware.
Sounds like really cool content.
Beware. Beware.
I really like the direction the game is going with all these fun optional solo content. Yeah, this sounds like the best one. Is there other optional solo content? I guess Delve maybe, but yeah, this one sounds really cool. Can you talk to me about Bloody Blade overconsumption? No, not really. Never compared the two talents, frankly.
I'm gonna teach you a lesson. Time to tangle.
How many grenade guys in that poll? No. I'm curious how fun the new 8 mask horrific vision will be. Oh, 8 masks? What the hell? My friend Rusty used to always like fantasize about the idea of 5-man, 5 masks. That's what he used to call it. And we did it once, and it was actually kind of fun. What are your thoughts on Priory? Time 12 yesterday. It felt like multiple key levels harder than the other keys. I wouldn't say so, yeah. It's harder. It's like, there's like 2 that are harder for sure. I would definitely not say multiple levels. They're adding 3 new maps. Damn, that's cool. New Horrific Vision, Dastardly Duos, Delve seem... Oh, yeah, I guess Visions too, yeah, solo content. In the Abrasive DK channel and the Wowhead guy, it never mentions Bloody Babes, so I was generally curious. Oh, yeah, I just take it because it's passive, basically. I don't really have a lot of room for... I guess that's if you're asking me why I don't take consumption, that question is much easier to answer. I just don't have keybinds for these spells that I'm comfortable using frequently. Priory feels like pressure never lets off. That's true. It definitely does feel that way. I like that about it a lot. It's a really good dungeon for that reason, because it's very high volume the whole way, and it's hard the whole way, but it's not like insanely hard. Priory is really fun. Too many people just freak out over the last room. Oh, really? That room's pretty hard, though, to be fair, honestly. I don't see people freak out, but it's pretty hard. I feel that way about Cinderbrew. Like, you constantly fight 10 mobs the whole dungeon and constantly chaining. Yeah, that dungeon's way harder than Priory, if you ask me. Because the bosses are also very, very hard in there, whereas Priory is not really that hard. Blood Death Knight keybind real estate is really cramped. Yeah, I'm not sure I would say that, to be honest, but it's just like, for me, I've always had my CDs on certain buttons, and we just have a lot of fucking CDs, so I can't take them all. Second boss of Priory, how do you avoid the giant yellow circles that slow you? I don't know. As a Death Knight, you don't really get slowed, so maybe that's why I'm not noticing it. IPA definitely the most mechanically difficult tank fight that's been, maybe ever. What other tank fights have been that mechanically complicated? I think it's probably the most mechanically complicated fight ever in a Mythic Plus. You notice a drop in damage when not taking Bloodshot? I've never taken Bloodshot before in my life. But no, I mean, the way, like, I'm sure it's different on Sandland, but on Deathbringer, 90% of your damage is magic, so Sandland would do almost nothing. We looked at Sandland in Season 1 when people were still talking about it, and it's, like, bizarre. Like, you barely have any, like, you had, like, 40% uptime on Blood Shield in Season 1. And like only like 15% of your damage was physical, so it's like, what? Bloodshot increases death strike damage as well. Yeah, I'm sure it's better now and with like Sandlane, like we were saying, but in Season 1 it was like really weird how people were still talking about it like it was good. But still, you're gonna be, remind me at the end of this key. I'll show you the uptime on Blood Shield. You'd be shocked. Although, hey, it could be higher now. I haven't looked at it this season. Tanking's a lot easier this season than it was last season, but we'll take a look at it after this key is over. What would you say is the ratio of mutual disbands to rage quits? I document them all, so if you want to actually answer that question, you can take a look at the sheet. I have no idea what the estimate would be. I wouldn't even consider estimating it. Why is he just spamming this? What the fuck?
Beware.
Brother, is that how it's supposed to work? I thought you're supposed to reload, yeah. Okay. 3 deaths there, not great. Had to heal your pull extra mobs we didn't need, then give me attitude. Make sure you record them. That's all I can say about that. That's a bug? Yeah, I guess you're right. It's gotta be. Is IPA more mechanically intense than the last boss of Atal Dazar? On the tank, definitely, yeah. The thing about the last boss of Atal Dazar, everybody put the responsibility in the tank, but in reality it was done best when everybody stacked and moved as a unit. The responsibility in the tank only got out of control when people were not able to stack and move as a unit. But this fight, like, there's almost nothing, like, you can't, there's not much the DPS can do to influence that, outside of having things like Death Grip. The tank just has to be ready to react and move. I didn't think IPA was that difficult. I mean, I'm not saying it's that difficult, I'm just saying it's the most mechanically intense raid or Mythic Plus fight for a tank. Would you disagree with that? If so, which would you say is more mechanically intense? I have enjoyed this season dungeon pull a bit more than last season. Oh yeah, this is way better dungeon pull in my eyes. That was interesting. We're gonna use that to potentially skip this back. Have you accidentally gripped a blob into IPA? No, I did it on the PTR. So I learned that lesson the hard way a while ago. IPA is a pain. Yeah, it's just like a lot to do for the tank. Very rare that tank fights are like that. I'm sure it's really bad as somebody who doesn't have a slow. Like if you don't have range, death and decay slow, or death grip and all those types of things, chains of ice, like I don't know. That fight's probably a real pain. Monk, it's probably even better for Monk, but I wish my consecrate slowed. Oh, is that, yeah, that used to be a talent, right? That's not a thing anymore? Sucks for Druid. Druid has Ursouls at least. I saw some tech to skip the pack right after the first boss. Stockpile, basically, you start clicking it, they aggro, you meld, and as they're resetting, you click while melded, and then you get the click off. Whoa. That's pretty aggressive. It's free on my warrior. Shockwave always up for the mobs. Stun them. I mean, stuns help, I guess, but I think it's like slow is what you need, really, because you can't really hit all three of them, can you? They're going to be all spread out.
Beware. Beware.
Thinking about making a Blood Death Knight for an alt. Any advice on cooldown usage? Yeah, don't sit on your CDs. Use them as often as humanly possible. There's a lot of, we've reviewed a lot of new Blood Death Knight players over the years that just like Vamp Blood will be not used for like 3-4 minutes at a time. It's a very short CD and it's a very powerful CD. And Tingling Roots can be used too, yeah, that's good. Can that be used indoors now? I guess so. It used to be only outdoors. That's fucking classic I'm thinking of. Damage from the last phase in Cinder Brew during the drink phase was pretty rough on launch. But I think it's better now. Oh, good. Yeah, that fight seems like one of the easiest end bosses in the game.
Beware. Beware.
Well, well, what have we here? Welcome to the firing ready.
They always, the way I've always played Blood and Keys is there's no time you should be going into pull without at least one defensive. Right, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. You want to like rotate a major defensive into every pack you fight for sure. What would be the all-time mechanically intensive Mythic Plus boss? Mine would be the second for Sanguine Depths. Second of Sanguine Depths. Interesting question. I would have to like see a list of all of them in front of me to have any real answer for that. Literally the first boss I thought of when I heard you read the first part of that sentence. Sanguine Depths. You mean like non-tanking though, or like all rolls, or what? There was a lot going on in that fight, but it was actually very easy from the tank roll. Okay, we're not gonna get all the bones here. Quick Frost and Cinder Brew is what I don't like is melee. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, we got the Dispel, right? Yeah. Least mechanically intensive boss is last boss of Spires. For least? Oh, that one's pretty bad. I don't know. I can't really remember these fights super well, but... There was some very, very easy fights in Shadowlands. And that ain't one of them. All rolls together. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that one. Devos was kind of hard. Okay, doing a really bad job on this fight. Trying to set these guys up to do a good job, but they're just not aiming the first one very well. And now we're gonna wipe. Okay. Halls of Atonement was pretty easy for bosses. Yeah, very easy. Easily Galakron in Dawn of the Infinites. Oh, yeah. Less intensive than standing in a boss hitbox on second boss of Dark Flame. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of ones that can be really weak. The actual boss, remember that. I'm nostalgic for dungeons from last expansion. Just talking about them. Oh, really? These dungeons are great. I'm not thinking of any other dungeons at this point. He left, yep. This one feels like it's going to be really hard to upgrade. Thirteens have been rough. Yeah, today's been real bad. 4 straight spans. Any dungeons from last season you missed doing yet? No. I like parking the big guy on top of the bombs. Yeah, I was doing that. And still, we weren't able to hit more than one.
We've got another.
Oh, you're saying like you're just noticing me doing it.
Some defenders. I know you're good at this.
I mean, you could try to change your key, yeah. Typical disc, tons of HPS until you need it, then dies a bunch and leaves. Yeah, unfortunately, disc is not something I enjoy seeing. I still can't believe so many people are having issues with the second boss here. They're not really. That's the only group I've seen have issues with that boss. First season for me where I like every dungeon. Oh, good. It's good to hear that. Took a look at the sheet. Approximately 60% were mutual. Oh, cool. There you go. Oh, yeah. Blood Shield uptime. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Let's take a look. So, Blood Shield. Wait. Oh, we have to look at the auras. That's right. Blooded Shield is somewhere. Not seeing it for some reason. It's on there somewhere. What am I missing? It's here somewhere, right? Where is it? Oh, I just scrolled down too far. There it is. Yeah, okay. So only 50% uptime. Higher than it was in season 1 at least. It was in the 40s when we looked in season 1. That's just one dungeon, but yeah. So only 50% uptime on 25% physical damage increase. So it's like a 17.5% physical damage increase. And then when you look at your overall, again, I still don't have 4 set. So a 17% increase to, yeah, about 15% of your damage total, at least currently. How is rotation different for Sandland? Oh, it's like a whole different spec. For me, it's to the first season where I like every dungeon. Oh, also, you gotcha, cool. The only thing I missed from season 1 is the failed clips from Grim Patrol. Let's add the numbers up. So 6.5 plus 5.9 plus 3.4 plus 1.8. That's pretty much all we need to add up. So yeah, 17.6% of your damage, my damage currently is physical, and it's a 17.6-ish damage increase. So we did 1.92 million overall on that, meaning that we'd probably only do like, we probably wouldn't even get to 2 million if we had that spell. I'm not really sure. That kind of math is beyond me, but not as much of an increase as you think it is. My favorite moment from season 1 was when the druid went stag form and fell off the map at the beginning of Siege. No, that was from one of the clips. Yeah, that was a good one. There was some good clips from season 1 for sure. If you guys haven't seen all those, definitely check them out. If you haven't seen all the ones, I really got to recommend Dragonflight again though, man. Dragonflight is insane. They have so many good ones. Hey, Metro, just coming back to the game after taking a break during season 1. Do you have an updated guide for Blood for season 2? No, I don't do guides. Oh, Batang knows this. Oh my god, it's Metro Nice. Them tornadoes get me in theater. Oh yeah. Dress the Mage. That was a crazy one, eh? That was right at the end too. Couple crazy ones. There's no, oh no, not this key this season. Probably for me. First time in a while. Yeah, that's true. A Dev Evoker and Unholy will be huge for these pulls. Good. The No Flame, please. That's probably one of my favorite. That's like top 5 keys we've ever had on the channel, sure. There's a lot of crazy shit in Shadowlands, though, too. We also had a guy threaten to sue me because I made a video of him, like, flaming and leaving the group on the first pack. This, like, fucking Brazilian player was like, yeah, I'm gonna sue you. It's like, you're gonna come to the United States for that, or what? What's the context of the No Flame, please? I mean, there's a video. You should just watch it, to be honest. I think that's the title of the video, so. A real healer, I predict an upgrade. Yeah, non-priest healer, right? Metro, can you flame me, please? No. Yeah, it was Azralan. He was an Azralan bombkin who... I don't even remember what happened, but we did an invis pot on the first pack of... Like, you basically did an invis pot to skip the entire first area of Plaguefall. And then we come out of the invis pot, and I think the guy just, like, aggro's trash way too early or something like that. I don't know, but it was not good. And I don't know if we did it a second time or what, but I remember we basically wiped the same way twice. And then he leaves the key. So I just made a video on it, like, just showcasing this guy, like, to make sure people don't play with this guy, because that's fucking behavior that you should never have in your key. And then the guy, like, threatens to sue me and shit. It's like, what? Literally showing the factual information that you did. I didn't even, it wasn't even like a review. We didn't do reviews yet. It was just the VOD of that happening. I think. I don't remember. The shaman that meant to res, but ended up hearthing. Oh, you guys remember that one. That was a good one. Are we, what are we doing? Oh, we're doing rookie. Oh. Thought we were doing this again. Anyway, yeah, that was a crazy one. The Mythic Zero disband over the party leader, making it a raid group. Oh, that's a strange one, yeah. I don't even know what that is. Very strange. I left a party that wiped twice to the first boss of Dark Flame Cleft because the carts weren't getting killed. Oh, really? Do I need to summon?
Even though the core way is usable again, there is still plenty of construction work and rubble clearing needed.
That one where the shaman went flying over you in Vortex, then you instigated a fight. Oh yeah, that's probably my favorite one that I did in like on my end, non-reviews. That's such a great one. I didn't even like really mean to do it. Like I thought the key was over, and then the guy comes back, and that's just so fucking funny, man. It's just so funny to see them arguing with each other. All these things are videos, yeah, you gotta go back. I don't know the names of them off the top of my head, but they're all out there. That would be season 2 of Shadowlands, the Vortex Pinnacle one, or Dragonflight, so it'd be relatively easy to find that one. I think that one's called like the funniest Mythic Plus, or I don't remember. I did these shitty titles for a while. What expansion was your favorite version of Blood? This one, yeah, definitely. It gets better. Ever since Shadowlands Season 4, Blood has gotten better and better. Like, Dragonflight Season 1, I mean. Like, the redesign and the changes they made, like, ever since it's been getting stronger and stronger. With the identity that I really love.
While you go to the roosts, I will.
Oh yeah, the mini boss thing, you remember that? People kept telling the guy to go to the boss in City of Threads, or Court of Stars, I mean. But the guy kept pulling mini bosses. You know how you had to pull mini bosses to like uncover the main boss? He pulled like 3 of them in a row. And the guys were like, boss, boss. And he goes, mini. Like, he's like, what? No, we're not doing the actual boss. We're doing the mini boss. Really weird. Unholy Death Knight plays Sandland. You've seen a good amount of Sandland from Unholy, yeah. Did you time the Floodgate key? Oh no, didn't even get past the second boss. That one's gonna be a hard one to upgrade. People really suck at the bosses. Going to the boss without pulling any of the mini bosses would go real hard. Yeah, this guy did the opposite. He just kept fighting mini bosses even though we didn't have any real need to keep fighting them. Tanku insisting on being eaten by the worm. Oh, that's a wild one. That like sparked a whole new level of conversation on this channel. Changed my whole perspective on the game. I didn't realize people were out there doing shit like that. Neltharian's Lair, there was a boss where you're supposed to run away from a tank mechanic to survive it, right? This guy was basically soaking it, like instead of running away from it. And then when people were saying, why are you doing that? He's like, no, that's how you have to do the fight. It's just hard to survive. It's like, wait, do you really think that? Like, what? At that point, I realized, like, Blizzard had, like, totally let down the player base of the game by making the easy content way too easy. And so I'm very grateful that they changed that, to be honest. I think we need to pull that back, too. Better season than last so far? I really like last season, but this season's definitely better. Doesn't have fucking City of Threads. Step 1. Just wait for next season. This season's only 4 weeks in, so I'm not really waiting for next season yet. City was so bad. Yeah, I think that might be the worst Mythic Plus ever. I like the dungeons this season more, and Motherload changes were nice to see. Oh yeah. Yeah, Motherload's a really good dungeon. I always love that dungeon. Do we have a good vault? That was yesterday, but no, not really. City bosses were abusive on healers. They were hard bosses, definitely, but it was not even just the bosses that were really ridiculous. The whole dungeon was just shitty. Worst ever. Toldagor wants to know your location. Toldagor had 2 ridiculously bad parts of it, but outside of those, it was actually a decent dungeon. I think a lot of people liked like the crazy big AoE farming in the beginning. But yeah, the inside was a mess, and the last boss is definitely the worst boss ever designed. But I still think City of Threads is the worst dungeon overall. Because start to finish, it's a really shitty dungeon. The second boss on Eltharion Slayer always one-shots people. Oh yeah. For me, it's constant through the wall pulls. Yeah, that was a big issue. Terrible design overall, but in terms of the actual content inside the design, it wasn't as bad. The content of City of Threads is horrible, but the design is not. Like, the outlook of the dungeon seems fine on paper when you look at it. It's like a large, relatively large area with plenty of space to navigate and kind of a couple of these decent options to do, but then you actually fight the enemies and it's like, holy fuck, this is garbage. That stupid masquerade area where you have to like, I don't even know, like, you have to like know which potential combination of, it's like people were able to figure out where they would need to go before they even started doing it. Like, that kind of shit I just cannot stand. Just don't include areas like that in the game. Everything up to the first boss in Toldagor was great. Yeah, I agreed. I hated Temple. Temple was another one that was very linear. The ending I really hated. The forced invis pod at the end, but I think if they ever brought that back, they'd probably change the count in there a lot. Here's the Shaman Transmog video. You won't be able to link it, unfortunately. I had to go back to work, so I missed the whole discussion of Bloodshot. Oh, yeah, well. We saw the numbers. 17.6% of my damage is physical at the end of that key. And since we only have a 50% uptime on Blood Shield in that dungeon, we only get a 17.5% damage increase to 17.6% of our damage. So we did 2.91 million at that dungeon. We probably would have not even done, or 1.9 million at the end of that dungeon. We probably would not have done 2 million with that talent. The title of it is this the funniest Mythic Plus dungeon in Dragonflight Season 2? There you go. Yeah, honestly, I think the answer is yes. Such a unique moment that you'll probably never see again. Where the guy goes offline and then comes back online. I don't know, I keep getting stuck on these lips. Problem with City for me was how hard the lines were to see on the ground. I mean, yeah, probably everything about the dungeon was hard to see. It's just a terrible dungeon. I'm gonna die here. Wow. Just should have death striked, I guess, before we came in here. I'm actually gonna die now, I think. Really sloppy. Be alright though. Oh, what? Okay, back into being. Yeah, we did now. Everybody's gonna die. Wipe it up.
Only the strong.
And shit like this is just fucking
survive.
destroying us this season. These types of mistakes just absolutely destroying us. So now we gotta pull this with no purgatory. Tenebrew is so doomed. This is rookery, but yeah. Agreed. Motherload and Theater Painter are my least favorite this season. Oh yeah. Motherload definitely gonna be hard this season, but it's really fun. First part of Motherload sucks, so really. It used to be my favorite part, but I guess it's definitely not what it used to be. Oh, what the fuck? God! Alright, this is a joke. I guess we have no choice. How did that not? I didn't even realize that didn't aggro. There's no life there. Yeah, that's it. Anyway, I don't really have a least favorite. Yeah, I try not to have a favorite or least favorite because you gotta fight both of them. You gotta do, you gotta do all of them. So, if you have a favorite, then you're gonna end up favoring one or the other. Definitely run ahead as tank after third boss and a group of... and Motherload. Group of a bunch of those mine bombs so they don't follow DPS and Motherload. Oh really? We'll just have like the DPS AFK for a little bit. Sounds like that might be hard to survive, but probably a good idea. It's not a great thing that they follow the DPS, but that's definitely, like, that part used to suck, and now that's, like, the easiest part. It's the robots that make that part hard. Hey, Harry, what's up, man? Welcome. You're probably less likely to get people to want to do it on an 8, though, to be fair. Like, everybody has to stay back, otherwise it's a waste of time, right? Haven't had a chance to play the season. Seems much harder than last. Oh no, way easier than last. Way easier than last. I don't know why people like actually try to fight this shit. Trying to drag it into the boss, but people like end up fighting and getting threat on it. Dude says GG, we are giga behind. Yep. Just gotta ignore these people. It's the best you can do. Boss should be easy with 2 AMSs. Oh, that's true. We can get that to play out. That guy just AMS, but I don't think it. I think I had to do it too. I didn't even notice. Now we're both on cooldown though.
Beware.
At least it's not snowing anymore. Kind of getting bright out again. Yeah, he AMS'd wrong again, it looks like. He's using it defensively instead of to try to prevent the mechanic. I can't tell how I would know if he's picking me with that. Is there some indication of it? It looks like he's casting it on a player, but then he doesn't. I don't know how. Obviously, if I can tell it's on me and I AMS preemptively, then that makes it really easy.
Beware.
You can see, yeah, he was targeting me, but it actually went on the priest. He actually, he probably AMS'd at that time. After you kill the main guy in the next pack, the other two will snap down when you jump down. Oh, great tip. Guess we're not gonna get to try that tip. I was gonna say, unfortunately, we'll probably never kill this guy first. You guys have pretty good boss damage, not anymore. That's the way WoW's played nowadays. Guy was basically like, I want to leave. I said I want to leave. I said I want to leave. Okay, I'm leaving now. Yeah, 5 straight spans today. Back to season 1 levels, it feels like. Oh, we probably could have timed it now, but regardless, that was a long time ago that happened. Not timing the key is not a good reason to leave a key in my eyes, especially after that long. Like, if you feel like when we wiped, we should have stopped. Okay, that's not a great look. I get it. We shouldn't wipe there. So, yeah, all right, maybe be done at that point. But then considering you did it the rest of the, like, 10 more minutes in the dungeon, it's like, that shit I fucking cannot stand. I just got out of a timed 13 mech and no one left. Oh, I just out of timed a 13 mech and no one left. Nice. So you did, that was your first 12 or higher? Alright. Let's get another one. We were thinking 3K today. Today we'll be happy to finish a dungeon, it looks like. You've been doing 12s with the boys. Oh. I'm so confused. Didn't we, when we said... Oh. So you... Wait, I'm confused. I thought you hadn't done a 12 yet. That's why I was going to review that key on Monday that you'd randomly deleted. We've done 3 to 4 12s now. Gotcha. Cool. Well, good. Yeah, I told you you're going to be... Just last week, you're like, I don't know when I'm going to be able to do a 12. 13 I haven't done? Well, yeah, but just last Thursday you were telling me that you didn't, yeah. But good, I'm glad that you broke through that gate. I can't get invited to a single 12, oh no. We would have time to 13, but I couldn't dispel the tank on the second boss because of where he was standing, and we wiped. Oh wow. What dungeon? Mecca. Why won't they invite me, bro? I don't know. Because you're one of a sea of DPS, probably? I'm a brewmaster? Oh, well, that's why, yeah. Just do your own key as a tank. You definitely should just be able to do that, no problem. I mean, yeah, brewmaster is probably like the least, like, I guess Og is worse. But yeah, I think Brewmaster is probably like the lowest meta if you put all of the different specs together. Brewmaster's looked at the worst out of anything besides Og probably right now. Og got a slight buff this reset. Oh god, hopefully not. Alright, can we just like, you know, just speak like regular human beings? Bro is killing my hopes and dreams, and it's just the truth. Brewmaster is just not looked at as a very good pick right now, but like I said, as a tank, you should have no problem doing your own key. I'd say that all the time, no matter who's having problems, because it's really the only answer, but yeah, tank definitely shouldn't have an issue. People are going to be clamoring to get into a tank's key, regardless of what spec. I blame our dog-ass spec dev, Heidi. Heidi. They definitely need some love. Yeah, I don't know what they can fix though. Like, what is their biggest issue? I'm not even really sure. Is it survival? It's sad to say it, but yeah, I guess if there's one tank that's like a huge outlier in terms of being success, threat's a huge issue too. Oh, really? I never wait more than 5 minutes as a DPS queue. I simply look for keys that already have a lust and need a battle res. Gotcha. I'm glad I decided with Mistweaver over Brewmaster this season. I was 50-50 going into the season. I mean, you could, yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's just changed, but... The GCD lock on Brew feels not too great. What does that mean? Brewmaster really needs more survivability. Yeah, I guess that's the biggest issue. I play Monk and Blood Death Knight. I don't really feel like Monk is that bad. Ox Stance carries entire dungeons. What is Ox Stance? I love listening to your stream while doing keys. Good. Me too, actually. Having a lot of rotational buttons and mitigation / self-healing all competing for the same GCD. Well, hey, that's how every spec works, yeah. I like this mount. Is this still in the game? It's like a shop mount, right? That bear with the thing on it. Pretty cool. Got like a mailbox on it, I think. How are the invites going? I'm finding trouble getting into 12s as Blood Death Knights. Yeah, it's definitely getting worse. The higher up we go. There's just not a lot of keys that we need right now, so it's also a problem. Saw Yoda stress test tanks and Brew just flopped over in a second. Vengeance and Blood Death Knight can last a long time. Gotcha. Yeah, it sounds like Brew's survivability is definitely in question. You have no real room for situational flexibility. Oh, really? Ox Stance is a talent that hits that would be 60 or 40% with heightened guard talented. Go into stagger instead of taking real damage. That's just a defensive talent. Is it something that maybe a lot of people aren't using and that's why people think it's squishy? But that talent is really powerful? Because I'm not sure why you would say that. What was the comment? Carries entire dungeons? I don't get that. One defensive talent carries entire dungeons. How does that work? Meta guides don't use it. Ah. It's a bad talent. Nobody in the top 50 brews use it. See? There you go. See the game right now? Crazy. Talking about probably one of the worst specs in the video game being played. And people are still looking at the top 50 people for how they play their class. That's crazy, right? It's pretty nuts. Been doing Mythic Zero on alts this week to gear up. Really fun. Really funny keys. Oh yeah, make sure you record them. Happy to take a look at a zero too, honestly. The opportunity cost is high to take it. Oh yeah. You quibble with the idea that it carries entire dungeons. People also don't take Ox Statue, then complain about threat. That one, I've heard that talked about a lot, yeah. You have a very short AoE taunt, don't you, with that talent? So close, yet so far from 3k. Yeah, it feels like we're real far from 3k after today so far. I've tried doing some zeros on an alt, and all those are the hardest keys by far. Yeah, definitely. Make sure you guys are recording those. We got another crazy one tomorrow. I'll send one over. Tank was flaming us for pulling, so I recorded it. No one pulled anything besides him. Alright, I'll take a look at it. Did you not start recording until after, though? But still, I can take a look one way or the other. It definitely doesn't carry an entire dungeon, but it absolutely helps with big single hit tank breakers, which Monk does fine with anyway. Oh, okay. I'm one of the few brewmasters that takes Ox Statue, and it really doesn't help aggro as much as it should. Really? An AoE taunt doesn't help with threat? How does that work? Do you also struggle getting into 13s even as a tank? Sort of. Like, we literally just answered this question, but it's just because there's very few keys that we need right now, so it's like kind of, you know, there's not like an abundance of people out there doing the keys that we need. Man, what the hell is that? Not what I meant to click. I did brew 12 with 640 gear, season 1 gear on my monk. Okay. So your position is that the spec that everybody but you thinks is not good defensively is actually great defensively? Is that what you're trying to say right now? I would need to hear like more explained on that because it doesn't seem like anybody else agrees. Brew has nasty AoE threat already. It might be one of the strongest when played properly. Oh, really? It rains? Oh, yeah. Yeah, this zone's got great weather. Not as good as the snow, but... Is this a everyone else is wrong and I'm right situation? Yeah, it's hard to tell. Brew, I heard that. Brew can be carried by healers, but Blood Death Knight cannot be. That's true. You can simply look at the top keys being ran. For what? Well, no, the people no, that you're talking about whether or not Brewmaster is a good defensive tank. That's not going to tell you that. Those players are playing the game totally differently than all of us. They're not picking their tank based on the defensive value of a tank. That's like maybe on their list a little bit, but it's definitely not why they would play or wouldn't play a tank. The zone music in this expansion is fantastic. This zone especially is just spectacular. It's the best zone in the game, if you ask me. Those top keys would probably be in a closed group. They can coordinate with randoms. Ox stance, taking tank hitters is life-saving. Gotcha. Are you lagging? I don't think so, but maybe. Not in game, at least. Alright, this takes so long. Soundtrack in Merildar, Hollowfall Town is also amazing. Yeah, it's really good. I love the areas in this expansion. Hot Tub and Dornegal is the best place to wait and apply for keys. That'd be cool if there was like actual like effect from being in there. That'd be cool, right? My whole dungeon group is froze at 1k ping. Oh, I see. Yeah, no issues here. Problem is our dev literally just doesn't play the spec. Oh, really? That's probably not uncommon though, right? I don't know how it works, but... Oh, wait, what are we even doing? We're doing Hollowfall, yeah. And it's the least represented tank, so why would she spend any time on it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how it works, I guess, but... That to me would make me want to spend more time on it. Her paycheck clears every 2 weeks all the same. Not for long though, right? If you don't do your job. Metro, you should switch to Sandland. The DPS is crazy. Yeah, I was considering it, but I don't think I would enjoy playing it, so it wouldn't be a good choice for me long term.
The orphans of Merodar have been
I don't think the DPS is as crazy as you guys make it sound though. I've seen, like I was watching Harry's perspective, and the Sandland tanks are not doing anything crazy compared to the other people. I mean, if anything, I should have switched to Prout Warrior, to be honest. I think it's one of those specs that really show if you suck or not. What, Brewmaster? I have a couple of buddies that play WoW without music. I keep telling them they are missing out. Oh, especially this expansion, yeah. 11 Cinder done with both of the other DPS doing almost 2 billion. 2 billion less total damage to me. Not the worst key ever, but just frustrating. Yeah. You need high haste for Sandland, I've heard, yeah. I have a couple of that. They updated the Priory portal to right in front of the other dungeons. Yeah, I keep forgetting that they changed that. Sandlane feels horrible without haste, just a weird playstyle. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I would like the playstyle, even if I had, like, whatever you need stat-wise. I don't think it would change anything. I also never got the logging stuff going today. It's kind of pointless to even look at it though. Doesn't seem to do anything. It doesn't seem like anybody else is logging their runs or something. Time to turn in those 600 globs. I don't know what I'm saving them for. Not gonna lie, after watching you for many years, I'm very surprised you aren't a classic Andy. Oh, I am though, yeah. I love classic more than anything. Classic is such a great product, but the people who play classic are fucking, I'm not, like, I can't play, I can't even, like, just seeing them makes me unhappy, basically. It's really sad. They're like walking representations of the ruining of one of the best products that's ever been on the internet. I think we're gonna get another damage squish for midnight. Yeah, I think they already confirmed that, actually. You seem like the perfect classic enjoyer. I love classic, yeah. We have a lot of videos on the second channel that I haven't touched in a while, but I have a whole spreadsheet of leveling challenges that I've done and like leveling things in general. A lot of them are classic. BigPlay.1/level has that if you ever want to take a look at that. What type of people are you referring to? The people who are like obsessively min-maxing classic and like speeding through it and trying to like make it into retail, basically. I don't even know how else to describe it. It's like almost like blind, like a total misalignment of what the game is supposed to be versus the people playing it. Who do you mean, the classic streamers?
4,
No, yeah, just the people.
2, 1.
Like people reserving gear the first week of seasonal classic launch. That was the thing that turned me off recently. I like Rest of the Experience a lot, but that's not what I mean. I mean like the way people treat like actual content in that game is very strange. This is pretty scary.
The gods sought to kill you. Captain Dale Cry is protecting something. Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics.
Beware.
Draw them away and defeat them.
Beware.
Yeah, like then people were already doing that when I was leveling on that realm. Like people were already like demanding spell cleave comps for their dungeons and shit. It was just like so fucking shitty, man. It's such an embarrassing way to play a video game that easy.
Beware.
If this like gives me embarrassment, like it makes me embarrassed just to be on the game, honestly. It's probably the best way I can describe it. We talked about it a good amount in our podcast episode this weekend. It's Purgatory. By reserving gear, what do you mean? Like they would not do the run unless they get the item they want? Shit like that. Yeah, like it's not even elitism. It's just like really misunderstood. Like it's like I said, it's like a total misalignment of what the reality of Classic is. Like talking about parses and world buffs and reserving gear and like exploiting small benefits to try to get an advantage in that game. It's like the complete opposite of what the game should have been about. Really strange.
Shame, man. Your training grounds fall to the intruders.
That's just their version of fun, I guess.
Beware.
I mean, I can't stop them from doing it, and that's why I don't play the game. That's pretty much what we're talking about. But it totally ruins Classic for me. Something I had planned on playing an absolute ton when it got launched. Like I played it. Oh, what is that mob doing over there? Shit, I didn't even think about that. It just goes to where it dies. That's a big mistake. Yeah, you don't even need full groups to clear the content. That's the thing. Like the content is tuned so poorly that like you literally can like clear 40-man raids with 20 players, like 25 players especially. Like that's not even hard. And people are still like, nah, sorry, no rep tallies. It's like, all right.
Beware.
I find it hard to give up all the convenience stuff. On retail to play Classic? Oh yeah. That's just like you get used to that once you start playing it. Classic was designed to be beaten with 10 FPS and zero understanding of how the game works, so people try harder than any prod guild I've ever been in. That's the thing, yeah. They take it so fucking serious, and it's just like... And then, you know, when we were on private servers, we saw this one group that was like that, and they actually sucked so bad. Like, maybe the worst players I've ever played with, which is really saying something. We wiped to Lucifron, like, multiple times. It's like, holy shit, man. Yeah, bosses are, like, under a minute. People are going, like, they're spending, like, an hour on world buff gathering, and then they're fighting bosses for under a minute. It's like, what the fuck is this? Aren't they also on last patch scaling? Yep. Yeah, it'd be like a race to world first in the first season of a patch. Or the first raid of an expansion at the end of it, you know? Like, so much has changed by that point. The trade-off for Brew Monk is to lose 5% haste, which is useless for monks other than energy. So you don't feel like it's a hard trade-off to get that talent. I don't know where you guys are finding these people. There's still lots of chillers in Classic. Yeah, I'm sure there is, but the problem is even one spoils the bunch for me. That's the problem. I tried really hard to get over that, and I just can't. Seeing it is just like a screaming reminder of it, and I don't want to be... Like, I can't even log on there and think about it. I'd rather just play alone. To see even one group do it, it's like, nah, I can't do this. I can't be part of this. I'll super chat if no one dies on this mini boss. So this one's pretty easy. Might be me who dies, though. These mobs are very dangerous mobs. Taking really long to kill some of them, too. Probably got most of them dead. Rhett's trying to save me money. There's me who almost died. World buff thing is the funniest. People are just not doing basic math to figure out getting the world buff takes longer than the time it actually takes to do the content. That's what I mean. That's why I said it's like a total misalignment with the reality of the game. It makes absolutely no sense to me at all.
The intruders defile the altar of the sacred flame.
I typed this way earlier, but on first boss hunter should mark the ad. Since they share health, the ad will always be way above 80. Oh, that's a good tip.
Poggers Metro Dude.
Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate that. 420, that's like the weed thing, right? Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate that. Any spec talent that do more damage to higher HP things should hit that ad until that breakpoint. That's cool. Good tip. .420 is the death or birth of Bob Marley. Oh yeah. I didn't actually know they shared health though. Is that true?
I see their gamble. They seek to ambush me without my lieutenants. Ours is the true path for the Arathi.
Beware. 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 Beware.
My fang and claw.
Beware. Beware.
They do. They have a debuff. Oh cool. I didn't even realize that. It's also Hitler's birthday. Oh yeah.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
Yeah, it's not that they share health. It's just that they share damage taken. But that's the right way to put it. I think that's good.
Beware.
The only issue with Brew currently has effective gathering of mobs and initial aggro.
Beware.
With planning, it's manageable. Only with some ads is it a huge pain. Gotcha. Sounds like we were just talking about this from mob. It sounds like they need that ranged threat spell back.
Beware.
Surprised they never brought that back. But I think it just makes kiting way too easy. Arms Warrior and Dev Evoker Dream. This boss here. Yeah, Dev Evoker I know because they do more damage to higher health, right? I think Motherlode's Azrock would be a good coach. Unleash your power, I feel hyped. That's funny.
Beware.
Dizzying Brew, is that the name of it? I don't remember the name of it. It's like they threw a keg and it was just like, did tons of threat.
Beware.
Arms has sweeping strikes, gotcha. I always struggle with prop pally against this boss. Oh yeah. That magic debuff is bad when you have both of these on top of you. I can AMS a few of them, but it's not too bad as long as you get dispelled. It did a huge, yeah, the threat part was, it was like a full threat spell and it was like a massive slow. That's what we were just talking about in mob challenge modes. They were the top damage tank by a ton and they were unkillable because you can just kite every single pack and never lose threat. They still have Keg Smash and Explosive Keg. Yeah, we're talking about a spell that hasn't been in the game since Mop. I don't remember what it was called, but yeah. You threw an actual keg and you can just spam it. Like it had no cooldown and it did full threat and it slowed the mobs. That's all it did. But because it did threat, it didn't need to do anything other than that. And so you could literally, was it called Keg Toss? And so you could literally just solo, like you could never be in range of packs that are kiteable the whole time. Not Keg Smash, that was still in the game back then, but...
Dale Cry is an Arathi hero.
How these still strikes, lackeys? God! God!
It's like they moved these guys. We got less, yeah, good. And people are saying they think they nerfed these guys, the Dong thing, the Divine Toll looking thing. We're about to find out. Oh yeah, they definitely nerfed that, wow. Sacred Toll, I don't know, maybe not. Maybe just the AMZ helped the first time, I guess. No, again! Man, we're good. Yeah, it's stressing us out, this dungeon. Try to death strike our target and it gets moved away from me and I die to that. Explosive Keg was the ability. Is it really? They just changed the name and made it a new spell, I guess, now. Frost Death Knight carry. Not sure why he's doing bad on this pack, but damage's been fine overall, I think.
to that old fool's sister Blaze. Destroy these outsiders.
Beware.
Explosive Keg is very different, not even comparable. Yeah, it's definitely not the same spell if that's truly the name of the old one.
Beware.
It was in Legion as an artifact ability, but changed. Okay, so yeah, no, you're still... I think we're talking about two different spells still. You have to go to the Mob Monk and look, because that's the only time they had it. But it was literally a no CD spammable spell that did nothing but slow the enemies and did full threat. And so what people used to be able to do was, if they were ever in any danger at all, you'd literally just kite the whole way. And you would not ever lose threat, even though you would do 0 damage on the pack. Which was ridiculous. I mean, that's like beyond broken, right? Like, obviously not great in the world where timers matter, but still, no other tank can do something like that.
The Empire has passed. Soon, the true faithful will arise, and the Arathi will be mighty.
So it didn't stay very long, but
Beware.
Dizzying Haze was the name of it, was it? It's a strange name for something that you throw a keg at, but it would be cool if real-life churches were like this. Oh yeah, and the music played too. If this is what played when you entered a church, holy shit, I'd be a paladin too. But they don't have paladins in real life, they only have priests.
Beware.
Dizzying Haze, throw a keg and slow TNE of threat. Ton of threat. Yeah, it probably costs energy, yeah, but it effectively, I mean, I think I said it had no cooldown. Maybe I said something else, but yeah, either way, I just found like you can pretty much spam it and never lose threat one way or the other. It had no energy cost, really. Either way, I remember doing it a lot in challenge modes early on before I was getting, like, I was really shitty at Monk, man. I was like horrible. That was like the first hard content I ever tanked before. And that was like the only way we'd be able to survive some packs.
Demonstrate your worth.
I used it to kind of the Iron Star and Mythic Garage. Yeah. Mythic Garage, Iron Star. I remember that.
Fall at our feet. By the Emperor's will.
Beware.
He guides my hammer. Flame cleanse you.
Mostly use it for the Shawlings and E1 and 2. Yeah, it's good.
Shielded by flame's light. By fire, I am healed.
Oh yeah. It wasn't the star. Yeah, you're right. It was the ads. I remember now.
Beware.
Guides my hammer. Flame cleanse you. By my shield.
Oh shit! What the fuck is happening in this dungeon, man? We're really struggling to survive a lot here.
Flame's wrath heal me.
Rogues and Hunters were the star gamers. Yeah. I just like how you just can't stand inside the circle on this boss to soak it. Well, it's because you get knocked back. You're supposed to get knocked back, but I'm not getting knocked back because I have Death's Advance.
Cleanse you.
Is it weird that I listen to your stream at night to help me fall asleep? I'm surprised that it works, but no, it's definitely not weird. You're not alone in doing that.
My shield. Flame's wrath heal me. The flame in
That's the main downside of Blood Death Night now. You need Cheat Death. We have it, luckily, but just strange how many times we've needed it so far this key. This boss is a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. Big jump from 12.
shielded by flame's light.
These guys are literally like going out of their way to take damage when I can take no damage. Really I guess people don't understand how it works.
I am healed.
Robes were definitely ideal for the Iron Star kiting. Gotcha. What do you think about Classic Plus? A rolling release of Classic, but no releases of bosses, raids, and expansion? You mean like they don't have any endgame content? I don't understand what that means. They've seen this, the Purg, and are scared. Oh yeah. You don't take damage on any of these soaks? No, AMS prevents the application of the debuff. I can solo soak all 5 of them as long as AMS is up. But people have to let me do it.
My first defeat.
Even though this has been such a fucking mess, we're actually still no deaths. Like insane.
Priory from a place of contemplation to an uprising. Why? She has always preached of the strength of the Emperor's will, but to turn against us.
What's the best healer in Mythic Plus? As you can see, it's the Blood Death Knights. Normally I'd see at least 5 deaths now. Yeah, that's really good so far. I'm telling you, man, just having a fucking actual, like, non-disc priest is so valuable. Especially in a dungeon like this with a good amount of casting. I'm going to take a Blood Death Knight in this dungeon now then. Well, it's not. I mean, I got my fucking ass kicked in this dungeon. This is like the hardest dungeon we've done all season, so don't pick it just because what I'm seeing, what you're seeing from my end. This is really bad.
Veladar is the crucible. It burns away weakness. Its blinding light reveals the strength. We Arath with an army of the risen. The Arathi will defeat the Nerubians, conquer Khazar.
Well, that's not what we want to do. That guy just stopped that cast and then I kicked it by accident and missed.
No, such heresy. They defile the sacred flame by animating the dead. They are no better than the Corvus.
Love how for Blood Death Knight pulling packs is literal. I know, that's really good in this dungeon too. There's a lot of casters that you can grip into combine packs. Like really every single pack in here is like that. I don't think there's a single pack in the dungeon that's not like that. And there's our first death. What was that, to overlap of the tolls? But still, 2 is, yeah, I think we're fine, right? Managed to get him out last second. Yeah, his pack's tough. I think we just got a little unlucky though, to be fair, because we fought 2 paladins quite a lot along the way. DPS stop focusing the paladins? That's not really possible. They have a lot of health. Best is when you have a tank that does 4 paladin pull. Oh yeah, that's impossible. I use a player profile and focus the casters, therefore. Okay. Good choice. I'll go Pat next, I guess. They have no sequence no matter, they have sequence no matter how many you pull. They can't overlap though, right? You mean like you can't survive if they overlap? You definitely can, but it's not ideal. As a tank, pulling multiple paladins is a healer problem. You're not going to be able to avoid pulling more than 2, or less than... You're not going to be able to avoid fighting 2. But yeah, pulling 3 is... You better make sure you can survive it. Monk isn't ringing those healers out of the Consecrate. No, he's using it to gather the pack, which is better, to be honest. He just doesn't... Like, I mean, we have 2 Death Knights, so he doesn't need to. But yeah. It's better for the timer to do it that way, for sure. If I remember, there's something you can purge from these mobs, is there? Very possible. Alright, getting the buff. Heal up. We good? I think we should lust here, honestly, but I'm not going to tell him the answer to that question myself, because I don't know. Let's cast Pally Wings. You can spell seal for 20% damage buff. Whoa. That's cool. Oh, they just healed too. Shit. Or debuff showing is blue for you. Yeah, I changed the icon. It's changed everywhere now. Okay, that went pretty well. This monk's very good. 2750 only right now. Impressive. Yeah, 3 million HPS. That's wild. From both of us. And I didn't even do very good with AMS and stuff here. Do it now. Death Knight gets that land hands to save himself. Holy shit. Oh, but we have another death still. Okay, getting a little tight now. I think it's fine, though. We don't need 5 minutes for this boss, do we? Still barely survived. Yeah, we probably should have listed. I think it was the right choice. Red gave Lane hands to save his Death Knight brother, and then lost. He died. He was the one who died, right? Yeah, that's sad. That's actually fucking... That brings a tear to my eye, man. We used to be enemies. Paladins and Death Knights were enemies. Now we're fucking side by side, giving each other boons. Life-fulfilling boons, right? I could have saved myself. Fuck it. I'm gonna save my brother. How cool is that? Paladins used to be enemies. Hey, Jernbeck, what's up, man? Welcome. That mob is scarier than 2 out of the 3 bosses in this dungeon. I think it's the hardest mob in the whole dungeon. Might be the hardest mob in the whole game, to be honest. So the only question is, do we have enough time? But I think we're probably good.
Sacred flame will cleanse your blood.
Tragic friendship ending. New WoW lore. Yep. I believe Bubbles is harder in higher keys. Oh, really? Maybe, yeah. There's a couple hard mobs, I guess. Queen pull equals should win. I hope so. With only 3 deaths. But we don't actually want to kick this because it makes the overlaps more complicated. Everybody's doing it. Don't bring up Bubbles. He and I have beef. Whoa. What'd you get hit by a bubble? Let me guess. You got hit by a bubble. This fight's hard as fuck too, huh? Holy shit. Didn't expect this to be the hard part. Bubbles is the fish flushed down the toilet from Nemo. Is it really? Oh shit, I didn't even know that. Also, guilty of hitting Bubbles. It's unfortunate. Don't die? Okay, he's dead, yeah. We got res though. Yeah, I think timer's gonna be in question here. This shit hits fucking hard. I had no idea how hard this fight was. If you never kick on this boss, you'll never have to turn your back during the kite mechanic. Yeah. Yeah, you were telling me about that. That's cool. Yeah, you put the trap on this side. That's kind of unfortunate. Very good, very good. Looks like we got it. Nope. No more deaths and we got it, right? First time I've seen that. What's stand down there? Yeah, I like that. Don't know how much it helps, but it feels like it does, so. Would be a hell of a way to get 3K. We're gonna do it. It's a question. Nope, people are about to die here. "30 seconds now is really just not enough, it looks like. We'll see. Yeah, another tight timer still, I guess. I don't know, we had a lot of trouble combining the packs and making these things work, so I would not say this went very well, to be honest. Yeah, it looks like we don't have enough damage to beat this timer. Yeah, that 15 seconds is it right there. Yep. Missed it by 1 second. That sucks.
The Empire will see you burn.
It was like now 5 seconds, I guess, but yeah.
It is done.
Tough one.
These zealots no longer steer our faith towards destruction.
That would have been really nice to get that one. But there's no way the next time I do it we'll get beat around like that so much, so that was a huge problem. That really slowed us down, was how difficult it was to combine the packs and survive the stuff I wanted to pull together, so we'll be ready for it next time. If we can just do that again with that same group, we'd upgrade it easily. At least we finished a key. Marksman leading overalls, though. Yep. Oh, wow. Holy shit. Should we get a couple more marksmen? 3.9. You guys were right about the Death Knight, I guess. His damage, I mean, 3 million is still very good, but yeah. He was way behind the others. Alright. Well, that's at least on the right side of Disband, but that's a tough one to not upgrade. If he had been spec'd into Unholy, it would have been time, really. Can you show marksman damage? Sure, let's see. Ooh, aim shot. That sounds like a good spell. I love Priory, but damn, those mob packs a punch. Those mob packs pack a punch. Those mobs pack a punch, yeah. Yeah, I didn't expect some of those pulls to be as dangerous as they were, and it caused me to play really timid. Look at how much it hits for. I'm guessing 7 million aim shots and explosive shots. What? Like the individual casts? The average is 1.9. $7.7 million is the highest. Oh, I see. That's from a crit. Why is it crit for so much? What the fuck is that about? Why is it so much crit? What the hell's going on there? Why is the average 2.2 but the max is 8.7? What am I missing? Marksman has nothing but crit modifiers? Really? What the fuck? That's bizarre. Where do they get that from? Talents? Marksman is all about buffing aim shot, huh? Damn, that sounds fun, dude. What the fuck? That sounds really fun. Was it not like that before this buff, or was it just really undertuned before this buff? That sounds fucking fun, dude. I gotta look into that. Crit is worth more than Agi for them, huh? It's a whole new talent tree from season 1. Damn, that sounds cool, man. How the fuck did I... Man, I like marksman too, man. If I think I was gonna play a DPS spec, or a DPS class, it would definitely be a hunter. It's pretty cool. Yeah, he's got the transmog. Is he an orc? Yeah, he's also an orc. Looks very similar to my old Death Knight, minus the HUD transmog. You even have a talent that crit equals crit damage. What the fuck? That's like so rare in WoW, don't you think? Melee marksman leveling challenge. Well, I did a ranged survival hunter challenge. Yeah. Naked marksman, but I guess you need the crit for it to be really fun. But what was the item level of that player? 664. So not. I mean, that's just like where you'd be if you got all your gear from the vault and stuff this week. Marksman was really good this whole expansion, just much harder to play than BM. Gotcha. As marksman, I'm sitting at 50% crit unbuffed. That's just from gear, or is that part of the spec that you get that, or? Marksman's the new fire mage? Oh, wait, why? I mean, maybe we have different definitions of fire mage. You mean just because of critting or something? Fire mage was like really bad overall damage, but that guy basically was the only reason we had a chance at upgrading that. With procs and stuff, I'm at 70%. That's crazy. Sounds really fun. You have like really made me want to look into this now. I didn't know there was specs in the game like that where you can do crazy crits like that. That sounds really fun. Affiliate Metro, same as happened to Conduit and Windwalker. 2 million normal, sometimes 10 million crit. It sounds so cool. That's like, I like that in Diablo games like that, where you can improve the actual crit damage you do. I think that's really cool. Historically, that has never been a feature of WoW. From what I understand, Marksman is target capped, sucks at 2 targets, and below average single target DPS. Well, that guy didn't suck at 2 targets, that's for sure. Or whatever, he never sucked at all anywhere. I wonder whose crit are the biggest in WoW. Arcane's even higher, really. I guess I've just been missing this. If this was a stat, Like, if there was critical damage as well as critical strike, I would play a totally different way, I think. Because I love the concept of critical damage. It's so cool. Marksman's best scenario is 2 targets. Oh, really? People love hating on fire mages when there are specs that do way more broken stuff. When there are specs that... Oh, you mean... I'm not sure what you mean by that, but... Rep Pally hammer from the hero talents, question mark? Question mark in return. Marksman Hunter Pugging keys incoming. Oh no, I'll never do actual DPS Mythic Plus, but sounds like it'd be cool. I like crit damage stat as well, but I don't know how well it could be balanced right now. Or it could be balanced in WoW. Yeah, I think it would be a really cool stat, but you're probably right. Probably wouldn't work out. How good is Enhancement Shaman right now? I don't know. We even have 20% crit damage during True Shot. Trust Shot. Is that a new spell? I hate DPSing 5-mans. Yeah, I wouldn't enjoy it either, but... So much more fun to tank or heal? Definitely. Oh, you meant True Shot. Okay. I wasn't sure if there was like maybe a friendship mechanic now yet. Since you don't have a pet anymore, you have to make a new friend. You have to trust each other to use the shot. What is Enhancement Shaman? A spec? Enchantment. Oh, that's what he said. I see. Enchantment. Enchantment
5,
Shaman.
4, 3,
High words per minute.
2, 1.
I haven't played with a good enhance in a while, I know.
The Titans, you are here. The storm curse has been breached, and the
I didn't even see that typo, that's funny.
corrupted.
Ready, man. Wow. We're getting our ass kicked in some of these keys. Might have to change. Oh, cool. Good looks. That would have helped, I guess. Let's not die there. I have no idea where the big crits come from on Windwalker, but it's super fun to get 5 to 10 million crits. Nice. I had a question. The resilient key thing, does that mean for Vault 2, like if someone takes a month off and comes back? Yeah, I assume so. I don't know that for sure, obviously, but sounds like it would be the case.
The title, the glory, it should have been mine, Pilgrim. You never deserve to be
Beware.
Shaman Bloodlust, it's so late. Yeah, I don't know why you even bothered with that balance. That's weird. Enchantment Shaman? You're enchant bank.
strongest.
Yeah, we might have to
survive.
start rethinking our approach here. We might need a little bit more defense for some of these keys. 12s felt easy, and then all of a sudden we're getting our ass kicked again. Those first packs in Rookery hit tanks like a truck, yeah. Yep, I just noticed that. Now we're doing my favorite thing in the world, where we just try to wipe a second time to the same pack. Hopefully this time we won't wipe, though. We should be right now. Oh, that mob is still alive. Rook cards have a purgeable buff that buffs their attack speed. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty rough. We got away with it. Apparently Blizzard messed up the raid skip and you can complete it on normal and do the skip on Mythic. What the fuck? A lot of weird problems with this patch, huh? Good day, Metro. I've been thinking of leveling a Death Knight. What race is the best? The one that you enjoy the most? Human race? That one's good, yeah. Volpira is good. I just hate the small race. It's really hard to play a small race tank. That was the original design for the skip. Probably announced the change and just never actually fixed it. The original design was to skip all of Mythic when you did normal. Being a small tank sucks. Yeah, it really does.
Beware.
There's no big impact on ratios. Dwarf still probably huge impact, but that stuns you. People keep moving further and further. Dwarf ratio is good in some niche places. Oh, really? Is it not reliably? I mean, it's still a 10% damage reduction, right?
Beware.
I'm shocked Stone Skin hasn't been nerfed. Yeah. Yeah, me too. Notice for trouble, Volpira ratio is my top shelf heal in the dungeons. My top shelf? You mean like it's very good? It's only on the pole, but that's really, really, really good for Blood Death Knight, though. We haven't had a lot of problems with on the pole defense this season though. Mostly in the middle of the pack that we had trouble nowadays. Or your top self heal? Or you're saying it's your overall top healing, really? Yeah, I guess I misread that, but I never would have imagined that that's what you would say, because that's ridiculous. It's higher than Death Strike and Blood Shield? Hard to believe that.
Beware. 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 Beware.
Oh, you're talking about Windwalker. What the fuck? Windwalker? Holy shit. Okay, yeah, we got baited hard in that conversation. What is the lore of this place? I'm not really sure, to be honest. Yeah, my bad. We were talking about best race for Blood Death Knight. That was the question. And so we got on to Volpura.
Beware.
Human's definitely really good. It's the HQ of the Earthen Griffin Riders, is that right? Okay, you're not gonna be upgrading this one. When did they take out the human rep ratio? In the end of Dragonflight, when they combined Warband stuff? But then it would have been broken. I don't think it physically would have worked.
Finally, I thought I'd have to fight Gorin on my own.
This fucking Big Lewis guy. How many deaths does he have? 3? Okay. Not as many as I thought, but he's finding a lot of ways to die. Yeah, basic human looks really good with the Death Knight animations, and they get that really cool pallid skin color. You gotta choose that if you're playing human Death Knight. It looks so awesome. Grenade always his best race? No. Grenade's okay for, like, I think they'd be good as, they're really good as Shaman. I really like them as Shaman. Especially female. They look good male. Draenei looks good as a Paladin or maybe a Warrior. But, like, that's about it, yeah. I don't know about Rogue. I've never seen a Draenei Rogue. Draenei Rogue. Yeah, male Blood Elf, definitely the worst casting animations in the game, sadly. I've grown to really like male Blood Elf in some other ways, but not as a Death Knight, that's for sure. Female Blood Elf, though, I never gave credence to. When I was, like, younger, I always thought it was really creepy for, like, guys to play, like, the attractive female races. So I wouldn't touch female Blood Elf with, like, a 10-foot pole, because I didn't want that hanging over me. But then I started playing them randomly just a couple years ago, and it was like, holy shit, their animations are gorgeous. Like, whoa. They have way better animations than male. So I was almost like, shit, I really wish I just tried it earlier, because I probably would have liked it. That's like one of the things that stopped me, like, that was on the list of why I stopped playing Paladin. Because at the time it was still only Troll, or it was still only Blood Elf or Tauren. Tauren is definitely out. Like, what the fuck? Haven't seen a Dranny Rogue, but I've seen a Tauren Rogue. Tauren Rogue's actually awesome looking. Love the little twirl jump. Oh yeah. My favorite caster animations are female Night Elves. They have the best healer caster animations in the game for sure. They don't look good as Shadow Priest, but they look amazing as like Holy and Disc Priest. And Druid, like Resto Druid and shit. Reason for not playing Sandland? I don't think I would enjoy it. Making my human look a bit Nemo. Yeah, in terms of like that, you can do whatever you want with that, but just, yeah, definitely recommend looking at that pallid skin tone. It's like a very pale, it looks like a corpse, you know what I mean? And that's the only, like, that's so unique. It looks so good as human. It looks like you have no nose. It's really interesting. Your nose is like cut off. How many upgrades today? 0. Yeah, we're probably gonna finish the stream without an upgrade, it seems. You picked that one? Yeah, that's a great one. $3K? Nah, I don't. It'd be unlikely to get it today. At this rate, we'll see what happens. But got about an hour and a half left, and we've only finished 1 key. I didn't think there would be a big difficulty jump from 12s to 13s. I knew there was going to be a big difficulty jump because people can't survive anything. Like, to upgrade 12s, it was really hard because people just can't survive shit. But I didn't expect it to be so much more difficult on me. There's a very big jump from 12 to 13 for some reason. Zandalari Paladins are the GOAT? Yeah, they didn't have that back then. Hey Thorleaf, what's up, everybody? Welcome. I love that they've added armor for the Tauren Hoof in the new Death Knight tier set. Oh yeah, I didn't know that. That's cool. I used to play all Alliance races, but over the years I've come to only play human when I can. I really like human, yeah. Has the least issues with armor. That's true. Both male and female human always look good with transmog. Big Lewis. That guy was not as big as you thought he was. Thanks to your videos, my main is now Guardian Druid. What's the route add-on you use? What's it called nowadays? Method? No. Mythic Dungeon Tools, that's it. For how often that guy was dead, it shocked me he was first overall. Yeah. That's a good point. Have you killed the Delve boss this season? No, I tried it the first like 2 days into the patch, and I didn't feel like I did enough damage to make it comfortably through the fight. Yeah, no, I'm sure I could just destroy it. Alright, well, let's see more keys. Hopefully we can find one upgrade out there, but we came really close with that Priory. That one really hurts. I say maybe time to try to like flip the trinket and just use it defensively in some of those packs. The damage is alright, but it's really not impacting the key at all. I really need to get that Floodgate trinket, but I guess I'm just not going to. I did it first try at 665. This one is remarkably easier. Yeah. It's definitely pretty easy. Like, I think mechanically it's kind of complicated, but it seems numerically it's pretty easy. Where the first time I did the other one, it was like the only way to beat it was to just let Bran do all the work. That's why I thought the achievement was called Let Me Solo Him, because it was like legitimately Bran was soloing it for us. And we just had to stay alive, which was exactly how... I thought that seemed like perfect, didn't it? Like, that's exactly how the Elden Ring thing plays out. So it's weird that it didn't end up being like that on purpose. Keys not depleting starts at 12, correct? No. You have to have all 12s in time for 12s to not deplete. And then every level up goes like that same way. Do you use a weak ore for your BIS trinket? You mean the book thing? I have a weak ore for it, yeah. I really like Warrior Transmog on Orcs. Orc looks really good as any plate character, definitely. Tauren could look good too. It's usually coupled with like either a very large two-handed weapon or maybe sword and shield. But if you don't have the right transmog on Tauren, it looks really bad. DK tank seems really solid this season. All my time 13s had Death Knight tanks. So really? They're getting a lot more play than they did last season, that's for sure. I honestly don't think they're significantly stronger though. Just people like circle jerk over damage, so they see. Oh, they do more damage now. We like it. In reality, it's like the same defensive. Everything else is the same. Just did a Cinder Brew where the Pally Tank decided to line of sight the first pull. That would have been a good one to record. What does that even mean? Line of sight what? I'm liking Death Knight or Paladin so far. Getcha. I mean, we could do a 14 theater, right? I guess not, though. We really need to have another look at theater because it doesn't seem like not skipping that mob is going to work. And I don't know what to change to be able to skip it. So before we do theater again, we have to sit down and have a look at that. You pulled them back into the first room you start in? For what reason? That's really weird. There's not even casters. What's the point? Like one mob that casts, that's it in the whole pack. To kill all of us. Yeah, that would have been a good one to record. But Death Knight did 2.4 million overall in a 7 yesterday. I'm considering trying it out now. Sweet. Yeah, give it a try. Let me know how it goes. Especially if you decide to test Sandland versus Deathbringer. I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts on that. It's like literally only theaters and Dark Flames. This might also become an issue, right? Like if in the past you people with 14s, they would do a 13 occasionally, but now they're only going to do 14s. So it's going to get harder to do like some, I think it's, yeah, I don't know, maybe not, but I think it might get harder as the season goes to find certain keys. I've been Deathbringer this whole time. Oh, you're already playing Deathbringer. Yeah, well, if you do play Sandland, let me know. I'd love to see like an actual honest comparison between the two. Because the few guys I've seen play Sandland now, they don't seem to be doing anything like significantly ahead of what I'm doing. And I haven't really seen them do like super hard keys yet either, so. It's just terrible at facing re-rolling all stats. Yeah, that's the #1 thing that stops me from trying it. Sandlane is good for higher keys, and Deathbringer is better for lower. Oh, why? Early in the season, it's time to do it, but if you're already crafted gear, like, you're kind of fucked. I have a 12 Priory recorded Sandland. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've seen some people do 12s. I watched one guy do, like, a really high key. But it's just, like, impossible to tell if... You know, I don't know why it's hard and why it's not, because I've never done key that hard. What was your overall in that 12 Priory? More damage from Blood Beast, and the haste feels good too. Oh yeah. So purely, you think like the only thing that matters when you do higher keys is just pure damage? It helps me stay alive in 12 during massive pulls, but the RNG factor in spawning a Blood Beast feels really bad. I've heard a lot of people suggest that, yeah. Why does it help you stay alive? I'm surprised to hear that. Are y'all reporting those levers? Nah, unfortunately that's not, yeah, it's not a reportable offense. Nothing you can report them for that. Bam Strike heals you and you spam 4 in a row really often. Does it heal you for more than Death Strike? The haste with Vamp Strike keeps you up better, really? It heals for more than Death Strike? Most heal is still Blood Shield and Death Strike. That's what I figured. See, that's the thing. Like, that's why I'm very hesitant to try the spec. Because if you're locked into doing certain globals to maximize offense and you get overwhelmed, then all of a sudden you've just been like totally turned backwards, you know? Like, it's very hard. Like, for me, it's like, okay, I'm focusing on defense 100% of the time. Consume the procs when they happen, and otherwise just timed good death strikes. But if it's like, okay, offense, 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 offense. Oh shit, what the fuck? Like, you know what I mean? I could see myself dying way more as Sandland. I don't think like a small healing from Heart Strike is going to make any difference there. Been in meetings. How's the last 3 hours of key going? Very bad. This is the worst day of the season so far for sure. Statistically. I mean, it's still fine and we're still having fun and everything, but it's not really like that. You can spam more death strikes. I was told that you have to use offense. Like, you have to prioritize offense, otherwise... Because, like, right now, there's times where I'll sit on Death Strike for a long period of time to get a good Death Strike timing, but people were saying, like, you can't do that with Sandland unless you want to just do no damage. The Sandland DK damage is all Blood Beasts, is it? I guess maybe I don't understand how it works. I thought it was mostly from the Vamp Striking thing. Doesn't Blood Beast spawn because of Vamp Strike? Vampiric Striking? Or whatever? It's super simple. You just use Vamp Strike more. Yeah, maybe I'm overcomplicating it, but from what I've seen and what I've heard, it's like you have to use Heart Strike way more frequently. Meaning that you have less globals for Death Strike, and that prioritizes using Death Strike on Runic dump, like cooldown kind of thing, so you're not overcapping on that. And as such, it feels like you're like committed 3 or 4 globals ahead, which has historically been very hard for me to play as a Death Knight. Because as soon as you get hit hard, then all of a sudden your plan goes out the window. Your runic power is your burst window, and since it gives you tons of parry and heal off Blood Plague, that balances out the risk of damage so you can go offense. Tons of parry and heal off Blood Plague. What does that mean? How do you get parry? Oh, you get strength from Heart Strike. Is that how it works? Yeah, I was gonna try the spec, but then, you know, again, the whole needing all full haste gear or something like that. It's a big turnoff. I just don't think I would enjoy it one way or the other, but... They posted the corrupted enchants will be helm enchants. Oh, that's good. Your luck with pugs will turn around. I mean, this is more the normal luck, so I don't think it would, honestly, but... Now we're just in harder keys, you know? 12s are a lot easier than I thought they were, honestly. Talking about dancing rune weapon? Oh. I don't know why I thought you meant runic power, so I just corrected it. Yeah, see, that's the scary part. Like, using rune weapon as a purely offensive spell is kind of scary. I really wish they just fucking removed these from the game. I hate these mining nodes. Let's get it. What? The mining node? I'm trying to, but... Oh my god, it's like a friggin'... That's all that spawned. It's just a saying, like, let's get at it or something, is it? How's your vault? Yeah, I got the ring. That was yesterday. I got the ring. Not a very good ring, honestly, but it's fine. I don't know what ring options there are, so it might be one of the better ones, but... I was definitely hoping for tier. Still don't have 4 set. Hey, Stromy, I'm working in the heart of Trenton right now. It was nice knowing you. Good luck, man. Next week, 4 pieces guaranteed. Yep. Are you using Circlet? What is that? Do you not like to raid? Correct. You still in at 4-piece? Nope. Yeah, we didn't get a single one from our vault this season. Pretty rare to not get one from the vault. The ring. Oh, no, I'm not using that ring anymore. My bad, I forgot what the name of it was. Cyrus's Circlet. I have 3 alts that have 4-piece just from Delve vaults. Oh, yeah, I wouldn't be using Delve gear though, that's for sure. At the end of the day, the 4 set is basically just a damage buff, so there's no way I'm going to lose item level to take it. Oh, we already killed this guy. I guess we didn't get rep. Hey, we got an invite. Alright. How long was that in between keys? Let's take a look when the last key was over. 2:49, it's 3:06, so not that long, but 15 minutes is definitely longer than we have normally. I'm gonna run the bathroom, I guess, one more time. We got time for probably 2 more. This one and 1 more. I mean, maybe 3 more. I guess if they're quick disbands, we got time for a ton. Obviously, we're getting a lot of disbands now, so... Yeah, we got to about 4:30, 4:45-ish. Be right back. Look at this comment. This is insane. This guy says, this is in response to the video of the guy playing on the Steam Deck. He says, we had a guy in our guild raid on Hardcore Classic with motion capture. He eventually died because he was sitting on the floor in his room, rocking back and forth, and the motion capture assumed he was walking forward, and he ran into his death. What the fuck? People really are playing this game in really weird ways anymore. How is the depletion rate right now? Is it worse than season 1? It's hard to compare it because I don't have just the first 4, like 3.5 weeks of the seasons to compare them. You know what I mean? That's Grace for days. Oh, really? That's bizarre. Hey, Size, what's up, man? Like down to see how you been? And Zach, what's up? Welcome. We need a steering wheel set up for WoW. Yeah, no. Let's just use the mouse and keyboard. That seems like the best choice in my eyes. That mouse, I don't know how the hell you would play without a mouse. The more we think about it, the more it makes me realize there's no way I'd be able to. Almost 3K. Yeah, this ain't good though. We should be better. We should be higher. Just wait until I shift into overdrive. Especially it'd be good for Undermine, yeah. Did console port for the anniversary server. Even did a couple dungeons. It went great. Mouse was no issue. Oh yeah, obviously in classic it's no issue. I'm talking about like, you know, you see how many times we like think about just how many times today me targeting something was crucial. It's like almost every key 5 or 6 times in the key. Gripping the correct target to interrupt, targeting the correct target to use an actual interrupt, stunning, you know, gripping a caster to pull it to us, gripping or targeting an enemy and then accidentally not being in range of it and dying because I couldn't death strike it. Happens constantly. So to have even harder times targeting, it's like, you're fucking insane. I don't know why. Don't do that. Don't do content that's hard with that. I mean, you're crazy if you do that, to be honest with me. Average pug is a slaughter. Oh yeah. Well, if you're out there, yeah, seeing the slaughter, make sure you record it and send it in. I got title using console port. Yeah, but you're the one playing the Fury Warrior, right? That's a little different than playing a Blood Death Knight. You can't not backpedal without a mouse. Right, that controlling your movement is maybe a little bit harder too. Oh, and Holy Death Knight. Well, either way. You don't feel like it's hard to target enemies with that, or no? Yeah, Noodle Yeti was the Fury Warrior, yeah. I changed from Torn to Dwarf for the Rachel, and I've died a few times because I wasn't close enough to Death Strike. Small tanks, big problem. The mouse is so powerful and wow, it actually amazes me. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, to ever choose to not use a mouse is absolute insanity. Oh, there's Nina as well, I just realized. Targeting enemies that are far is annoying on the controller. Yeah, it sounds like really hard, not even annoying. If I swap targets as Fury Warrior, it's a DPS loss, and we can't have that. I found I have to take advantage of the game's target helping feature on controller, aim my tune at the one I want to target. Yeah, it's just so suboptimal. Like it would literally, I would never be able to tank like that. It sounds like it would be actually impossible. There's so many target specific things that happen in my gameplay daily that not being in full control over that, or like even any small disadvantage there is going to dramatically impact our ability to survive and do these things. I usually target prior ads and focus an ad I need to interrupt with a macro. Gotcha. Yeah, I guess like people talked about that. I remember even BFA, this target thing, but like, I don't know. I feel like in a pug setting, I'm constantly like reevaluating who I should be targeting to interrupt. It's like if I target one thing and then somebody else interrupts it, then I have to change. You know what I mean? So like you can't reliably do that. I don't feel like. Oh, I pull that. That was not the pack I should have pulled.
Beware.
How does heroic leap work? Yeah, and then I've heard that like placing reticles on the ground is very complicated with the no mouse thing. So it sounds like playing like shaman healer would be fucking impossible. Only healers and Blood Death Knights are only classes. That would be a problem. Right, yeah, but the player was a healer, to be fair. That's why we're talking about it. Sounds like a Mistweaver actually might be the best one. Maybe Holy Pally too. They don't really have a lot of things that you place on the ground, and most of the stuff doesn't need a target for it to work. They moved Corruption to a head enchant. Yeah, I saw that. Demon Hunter has 4 sigils and their leap. I'd probably miss every single time. Yep.
It's to be a bar fight. Good.
Did 10 brew today. Solo saved it with a minute or so left on the clock. Got flamed for asking for a sack when I was pulling the B-wing. Oh yeah. That would have been a good one to record. Make sure you record the runs and send in me anything that seems remarkable. Sometimes I use my sigil chains to pull back mobs that fixate, so I have issues with that. It definitely sounds like the ground things and targeting in general are like a huge problem with that. So some classes just don't have those things, and that makes it a little bit easier by default, but to choose to do it, yeah, I would never choose to do Mythic Plus Pugging like that. I don't know how anybody does. Crazy. Weird because of Ret getting damage for damage absorbed through sack. Oh yeah, I mean the guy's obviously wrong. It's just you never know. There could be more to it, you know, that you didn't understand or didn't see initially. Always good to record them.
Where's my drink?
You should try one game on the controller. You won't go back. You're right. I'll never try it again after that.
Beware.
Break it off.
Beware.
Break it off. Goes down smooth.
Only game I play on controller is fucking Souls. Oh, fucking Souls games. That's a weird way to use fucking. Yeah, Dark Souls and Elden Ring I definitely would only play with a controller. Those games are terrible with mouse and keyboard. But WoW is the complete opposite. Like if you think Dark Souls is hard with mouse and keyboard, WoW is hard with. Like it's pretty much the same reasons. Using controller on any spec that has to place ground effects or target specs sounds like a no-go. Yep, definitely. Can't even imagine. Like I said, it's literally like multiple things just today that would be heavily compromised by not having a mouse. Since you're doing Cinder Brew, what's your opinion on the wall skip to last boss? I don't really know anything about it. Sounds like an exploit though, so I'd definitely be careful.
Beware.
Now you can't just drop things on /player. There's a lot of spells that you do not want to do that on. Yeah, like you do not want to do that with spells. You do not want to just blindly like always put things in a very uniform way. D&D is a great example too. There's a lot of times when I need to like move within the circle of my D&D, like right now, you know. That was a bad placement of it because I knew I was going to need to kite.
Beware.
So if you drop it dead center of your character, then you're going to have even less room. Sometimes I think my other dungeon drivers are playing with wheels. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of scary to hear so many people actually talk about this like it's like a good way to play your game. I get it, it's probably comfortable and maybe fun, especially if you're on the Steam Deck, but it's just really handcuffing. Like, I have no idea why anybody would choose to do this.
My zeal to get back in business led to faulty reasoning.
Your pal here signed some papers he didn't read.
Especially given like how much
There and bottom his feet.
shitty discourse there is about maximizing things that don't really matter in this game. It's really strange to hear people like, yeah, I don't really need a mouse to work perfectly.
Beware. Get my meadery back, outlander.
Meanwhile, people like switch their fucking enchants every week just because some sim tells them to. Kind of backwards, it feels, honestly. You'd be shocked how many people play from their couch on a big screen. That's even worse, I think. Because if you're not close to the screen, it can be very hard to see like important things on the screen. Me and Cop had this conversation. He was originally having a lot of trouble playing the game, and I think a huge part of it was because he was in that bow. He was very far from the screen. And it's just, I don't know how anybody would do that. Like, you need to see everything very clearly at times, and farther away you are, the harder it's going to be to tell exactly what's going on. Like, to see a precise edge of a mechanic, especially prior to the changes they made this season. I don't min-max, I don't even use enchants. I play for fun. You don't use enchants? What? Weird take there. Anyway, I get it. It's all good. I don't want to make it sound like I'm like mad about it or something, but it does sound like I am, right? It's just really strange. I'm really shocked to hear people like choose to play that way. Yeah, it's kind of offensive. Like I said, there's a lot of people doing a lot of weird fucking shit in Mythic Plus, and if I find out they're doing it because they got no mouse, that is not what I want to hear. Larger TVs have much lower response time too, yep. I've known a number of people that way. A keyboard on their lap and mouse on a floppy next to them. I don't know. Floppy? A floppy mouse pad, I see.
Beware.
Enchant just costs too much money, is it? They're pretty cheap nowadays. Season 2, I guess maybe it's changed that, but... I'm broken game, I can't afford 5k enchants, really? I can make a lot of money just mining. Me and Harry did that podcast. It was about 2.5 hours to 3 hours of me flying around mining, and I made like something like 50k from all that. And that's not including the wax that I just sit there and don't ever do anything with. I don't necessarily enjoy doing it, so I don't blame you if you don't enjoy doing it either. But yeah, if you're not using enchants or consumables like that, like permanent consumables, that's not good, definitely. The real expensive ones are the weapon enchants. Oh yeah, to be fair, I don't have to buy those, so maybe I'm off on that, but...
No, my stills! They bypassed the filters! It's running too hot. The meat will be substandard.
Yeah, but there'll be more of it. More meat, more money.
Radiant chest is 7k. Yeah, that's just not a lot though.
Beware.
It was my personal directive, my passion.
God, man.
Ruining everything.
Beware.
First ring is 9k, oh yeah. I mean, I just spent like 50k on consumables that I barely used. No? Don't know.
Beware.
So just wait. Okay. Next part is gonna be not as bad, I guess. Now we just need to do the boss.
Beware.
Or not. Oh, barely getting through that, but we do get land hands to save somebody.
Beware.
I see you clear that whole room. Have you ever skipped that pack? Yeah, I did, and people like flame me for it, so I kind of stopped doing it. I feel like it's a lot harder, but I guess maybe I could try. I mean, we've not done this dungeon where it's like, oh, we had no deaths and we didn't upgrade it. So being overcounted's not good, but I'm not gonna wipe this boss over that shit. When you cheat death procs, you play more conservative? Yes, definitely, substantially more conservative. We're definitely overcounting, yeah. It's very hard to not be overcounting this dungeon, though. Again, not an issue. The issue is people dying to the trash.
Beware.
What were you saying? If you tank him in a corner, the ads will stack up or something? I don't know, like what corner does it matter? You're just against the wall or something? Okay, not gonna be doing that again. Guess I got trolled or something.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
I had a priest pull me and ping me repeatedly. I told him to relax and just be careful. He was so livid. We did it just fine. He didn't say a word the rest of the dungeon. Gotcha. With the priest, it should be easy to get 100% count. Sure. Yeah, I'm not gonna be doing that again one way or the other. Last time we did this dungeon, somebody said that if you tank them in a corner, all the ads will spawn in a close proximity to each other, but they just spawn directly into the boss and wipe us like instantly. So that's definitely not how we're going to be doing that ever again. Just did theater. They changed some animations on the PvP boss and the Lich Trash. Oh, really? That was very close proximity, yeah, seriously. And today's been really disheartening. The ads spawn in a triangle with the gap directly in front of you when the AoE starts. What does that have to do with what just happened? I think that's bait. If it's too close to the wall, they can instantly absorb. Yeah, that's exactly what just happened. I guess we just got trolled. I don't know. A lot of meteors listed at least. Yeah, they actually were like blaming Blizzard for that, even though I don't think that's Blizzard's fault. Yeah, I'm not sure they realized why that happened. I mean, neither did I until it happened, I guess. But that was definitely my fault. It is always funny how often that happens in this game. People blame you for things they don't understand. And then I guess they do the opposite too. They just blame something for something they don't understand one way or the other. It's such an awkward boss in general. Yeah, it's really a shitty boss. Human nature, I guess. Yeah. You would think though, after like years of it happening, like maybe it's not happening for years, but you would think after many keys of it happening, you would start to think like, okay, this is not productive. I got flamed for skipping the first pack and patrol and motherload. Had to link the guy 20 videos of the skip. Had to tank misclick slappy hands and wipe the group there. That's, yeah, that's bad. That's a bad one. There is really a corner where you can tank to spawn trash on the same spot, but wasn't this one. Yeah, either way. We're good. The potential upsides of that, I don't know what they even would be compared to that. There's no way that's worth trying. Yeah, they had, like, if only the average gamer had that level of self-reflection. It's, like, impossible to understand how they don't. Like, the game constantly, like, you're constantly failing this game, right? Like, it's designed that way. So how is it possible that, like, you just keep saying, like, something else was the problem, something else was the problem? Like, you gotta start actually looking at what happened. After seeing your spreadsheet, what do you think your time percentage is at right now? Again, it's on the sheet, so you can take a look at it if you want. No need to guess. To protect your ego. Yeah, but I guess it's like hard to have an ego, right? I don't know how you could. How could, like, you fail this often, right? Like, things are this difficult at this level and up like higher, even obviously harder, but it's hard to have an ego. Like, if you're not already a top player in the world, like, what is there to be egotistical about? The game is literally like beating you down slowly and surely, and you're still being like, nope, not me. I don't know. I mean, it's not even about humble, it's just about realistic. Like, I'm not a very humble person, that's for sure, but I'm definitely a pretty realistic person. To like lash out at the company after that, it's really, really strange to me. The Death Tornado dudes do a big frontal now. Oh, really? Yeah, no, we saw that the other day. If they make a mistake, ask what you could have done better and improve. Yeah, see, even if you like, even if you don't want to improve from it, it's just weird to just immediately write it off as something else. If you want to clear the boss room, you can skip a pack at the second corner. Yeah, I know. We tried that a previous dungeon, and then the mob ran over and aggroed it, so I'm just gonna pull it all at this point. Not really worth it. Like I said, the hard part of this dungeon is the people surviving the trash, so. Let's see if we can get through the dungeon without a ton of deaths.
4, 3, 2, 1.
A lot of top players have the I'm right even if I'm wrong mentality. Oh, really?
Well, what do we have here? Customers? Or are you looking for
Beware.
something a little odder? Show 'em what we got on tap, Bell Crier.
Lob spawns on the red circles, correct. Again, the muscle's the last mob alive, but we gotta move.
Oi, can a dishonest barkeep make a living?
Beware.
You're preaching to the choir with that one. Even when someone learns what they did wrong, the first reaction is usually, that's stupid. Right, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, that's the bigger, like, it's not about, like, it just seems really weird. Like, the mentality doesn't seem compatible with WoW. Like, it really doesn't. You'd kill yourself. Like, you just be so unhappy if you always felt that way after every time something went wrong. Yeah, there's the overlap. And see, that was at least propagated partially by the fact that we killed the main target of each pack so slowly 2 times in a row. There's a 13 here and a couple 3100 players were jumping on a wall to get to the room to the last boss. Yeah, I saw that. I heard people talk about it more than anything. Nice to see you using the Bloody Blade talent. Feels like a lot of people don't use it. Oh, really? Yeah, somebody else brought it up today as well. I'm not really sure. Why is it not? You think people think it's not good or something?
Beware.
I'll just wait.
Beware.
So what would you, so Kersey, you brought this up twice now. So where would you recommend that you aim it then? Since you keep saying that.
Beware.
Have you tried pulling that muscle into the first pull? No. 2 muscles is way worse than muscle plus chewy in my opinion. It just didn't go fast, like we just stumbled through the pack because the muscle was alive for way too long.
Beware.
You aim the open part of the triangle directly the way you want to go. Oh, okay, so you're not. We were talking about, yeah, forget it. I thought you were suggesting of a way to change the problem we had, but I guess not. muscles with lust is pretty chill. Yeah, but I don't know if I can survive that many pulls though either way. Getting a lot more complicated there. Blood Death Knight, indeed the best healer in the game. Yep. No question there. Does that mean you could have the boss away a bit from the corner and face the corner? Would that stack all three? No, because the other two always go out on the opposite side of the boss, right? Best self-healer, sure. Blood Death Knight might struggle to keep the rest of the group alive, though. Technically. But the rest of the group is... You know, they're able to fend for themselves more than you realize. Oh, that was really... Should have used... I always do this wrong. Test Advance is the play there, not Wraithwalk. Oh. Somebody else did that one, okay. He's saying they spawn in a triangle in front or behind. They spawn in a triangle around the boss. Yeah, there's two behind the boss and one in front of the boss. And we pulled trash. Cool. Is that a pat that we just forgot to get or something? I don't know what that is. Should do a 5 Blood Death Knight key? Yeah. We used to do shit like that all the time, but it's just like boring. You just end up sitting there doing nothing the whole dungeon. Okay, another wipe. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Lots of people don't understand they spawn from boss positioning. Oh yeah, it's just not related to what we were talking about, so I guess it seems confusing to bring it up now.
Don't gotta go home, but you can't stay here.
Yeah, that's that patch. We didn't get the pat. You guys leaving or giving up, or what are you doing? Okay. Just gonna stand at the entrance until somebody else leaves, I guess. Cool. Weird game anymore. Tired Dad Co. Welcome. Any score gains today? Nope. We've only finished one key and was out of time. At this rate, it looks like it's gonna be a lot of disbands these next few weeks. 13s are a huge jump up from 12s for whatever reason. Nearly a perfect disband day, yeah. How many so far? 7. Okay. Gonna try and join your next Cinder Brew key, oh yeah. I wouldn't recommend it. Okay, we got another one with the warrior. I thought his name was Wonder Boy. Yeah, I think it's meant to be very similar. It's just an H instead of a B. How does this feel in comparison to progging 12s and 13s in Season 1 without the guile? I sort of expected things to be easier this time. They do feel easier from a tank point of view. Definitely easier to tank. Because we definitely weren't anywhere near 13s 4 weeks into the season. But yeah, I think they made a huge mistake moving the death affix to 12. Because a lot of people came into these dungeons and they just get farmed constantly, and it doesn't seem like the only thing that makes sense to me is that they were like used to that and that being fine. I don't know what else there is, because some of the deaths we see are just like, what the hell? Azerline and Quel'Thalas? Yeah, definitely not enough keys out there to be judgy right now. The hell is that? What the hell? That PvP shit? Mage will find a way to blink off the map in this key. That would be hard to believe. So this horrific vision thing is like, are these enchants meant to just be like way better? I guess since they're weapon enchants, they were competing with weapons, but now that they're helm, they're like just objectively better than anything else, right? I don't know why they even put them on weapon enchants. So like to not have these would be like huge loss, right? Is there just one? You can only wear one at a time though? The new Undermine Zone is really prone to blinking through the ground into the void. Oh really? What the hell? Players will see a quest that now follows the introduction quest that allow you to unlock the enchants. These work similar to the cloak quest of the past, where the second will ask players to venture further into vision. Okay. So it's just like a flat nerf that you gotta do more content for, basically. Hey, look at that. We were just talking about people not having enchants. Look at that. Mage, your missing leg enchant. 975 enchant is huge. You can actually see that with method raid tools. Used to use this all the time. Oh. Wait, what? I don't have a chest enchant? I didn't even know there was a chest enchant, I guess. What's the chest enchant called? Need to remember to get that. Boots enchant and cloak enchant that guy doesn't have. Crystalline Radiance, good shit. Some people taking chance a little too seriously. Like in a 13 it's expected, but I've been kicked from below 10s or before. Oh yeah. It's funny. Yeah, we can buy it now, I guess. Save us some time. Is that all there is? Oh yeah, no, the stamina one, yeah. I'm gonna take that one. And now we need a mailbox. Which is also there. Cool. It's a good amount of stats we're missing. Alright, let's see if we spend more time on enchanting than doing the keep.
4, 3, 2, 1.
So you're thinking about this muscle pull. I guess we can give it a try. Just don't know that I can actually get it all in. Yeah, I guess we're alright.
Beware.
Or are you looking for something a little hotter?
Beware.
Show 'em what we got on tap, Bellbriar.
Going way slower than normal. Yeah, I guess one way or the other this makes the next pull way easier. If we can actually live through this.
Beware.
Warrior's dead and done no damage. Everything's good though otherwise.
Beware.
Anything we can do Chewy into the other pack.
Oi, can a dishonest bug make a living?
Beware. Beware.
Three warriors struggling, saw similar DPS in 11 Floodgate, barely being the tank. Oh, really? Yeah, I think Arms is way better than Fury. I'm surprised to see people still playing Fury, but I don't know much about it.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
I think of that first big pull, Bonkin and Mage were over 10 million, we're Warrior at 6. Jeez. Okay, we need to make sure we don't accidentally miss the pad again. That was a big issue. I don't think I actually put that last one on the Disband spreadsheet now that I think of it.
Beware.
Are you glad to see less Augs? Thank God, yeah. That was the worst. I mean, we haven't seen any, so yeah, being less is definitely... That's an understatement. Fury Warriors are hard capped to 5 targets. Oh, so this pack really, these packs really suck for them then. It's funny, for years I was like, I don't think the target cap matters, man. You never fight mobs in this type of volume. And then all of a sudden this season came. It's like now every dungeon you're constantly fighting like 10 plus mobs every pack. Okay, I think that's a better way to do it. It also speeds the dungeon up a lot. Og was fun to play. I had time to point what everyone else is doing wrong. It was actually fun to, I did like the way the rotation worked on it, to be honest. Pretty rough as Fury this season so far due to pull size, yeah. How's the season been for you? Blaine Garcia, what's up? I haven't tuned in for a while. Cool to see you still on Blood Death Night. Season's been good up until today. Today's been really rough, but outside of today, it's been awesome. Except Theater Pain. I love when Walker and Warriors there. Oh yeah, just because smaller pulls, yeah.
Beware.
Now people see what Season 1 raid nerfs did to Fury. Oh yeah.
Where's my drink? Where's my drink?
Beware.
How's it going? Malachite, welcome. How about not too bad? How about you?
Time for happy hour. Keep 'em coming. Keep 'em coming.
Beware.
Debating on running some 10s on my priest or gearing on my paladin. Sweet. Oh, good luck. Is the heal a hot? I don't get it. It goes off, but it doesn't seem like it does a lot. I think it must be a hot.
Beware.
I mean, these mobs are just, this fucking mob is This is why this key is so hard. This one mob type. To get through this area with no deaths is like impossible, it feels like. Not fucking destroying the barrels now, like, oh man. This dungeon, I gotta just stop, I think. This dungeon's really starting to make me unhappy.
The strongest survive.
I really don't want it to be like this. I love this dungeon aesthetically and really even tanking wise, but it is just fucking brutal to watch these people do this shit over and over again. It's a rejuvenating honey like a Drew spell, yeah. A lot of casters in that hallway, I guess, but not really that.
Beware.
I don't feel like it's that difficult. You can purge the honey? Oh, really? Had a run once where none of us could get the bees to go through the barrels. I don't know. What was like bugged, you mean? The bees would stop short. I think they have a range on them. You can move them. I didn't know that until recently, but you can actually move them. I've seen the bees just refuse to be put down. Oh, that's because they're in the. If they're in the shit on the ground, they can't be killed or whatever.
Bypass the filters! It's running too hot. The mead will be substandard.
Yeah.
Beware.
More mead, more money. That's good business.
Cinderbrew was my personal directive, my passion. She's ruining everything.
Game's not performing very well right now. Why do these groups take these warriors? This was the key holder here. Double-edged sword about doing your own key, you know? Pulling first group avoids the chance of ninja pulling in that boss room. You're talking about at the beginning? If you're gonna skip a pack, is it this one that they skip, or is it? It must be that one, right? Because this one is probably in the way to leave the room. Can't be this one.
Beware.
Cannot process this.
Okay, comes next. Oh, they're not even think I'm close to dying. Wow. Some of those are half health still. Fire Mage DPS on them is going to be very dependent on how close to the boss it is. Gotcha. Yeah, unfortunately, another reason to question the Fire Mage usage.
Beware.
That set died really quick though, so that's good. Blizzard just released a splash screen for 11.15. That normally means it's semi-close. Yeah, usually that's one of the last things that gets added in. Oh! Holy shit, that was close. That was like seconds away. Not even. That was like 1 or 2 seconds away only. Frost Mage would have a lot more value here. Yeah, Frost Mage would be insane.
You goody goodies don't know who you're dealing with. You do any more damage, and I'll get you out, you hear me?
I assume everybody has access to the same Frost Nova situation now.
Beware.
That drop turned the thrusters on. Yeah, rarely, but if you see it happen, it means they didn't kill him fast enough. It does happen, unfortunately, more than it should happen.
Beware.
Especially as the fight goes on, I guess it's harder to get them all killed, but...
Beware. 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 Beware.
Picked the wrong one there, that's a mistake.
Beware.
Honey Volley just getting off now because of that.
Beware.
Snowing again out, that's weird. Priory is a bad choice here. Yeah, again, it was his key.
Beware.
My bees! You put them in cages! They should be free gathering pollen in the forest!
You get to lock up your bees. Letting them be free range was too much labor. And the Anger and frustration just makes that
Beware.
honey spicier. Right, Bang? Bang!
This fucking key, man. Yeah, it's this dungeon. I need to just, for my own good, I need to stop doing it, but I can't. I don't know why I can't. We got so lucky to upgrade to 12. I don't think 13's coming anytime soon. Fury Warrior is a bad choice this season in general. Big pulls mean Fury suffers. Yeah. This season is like the highest volume trash pulling that I think we've ever seen in the game before. I don't think I enjoy pushing on a non-meta DPS at all. Could have stopped at just DPS, but yeah. Tank and healer are a different story, but it's bound to feel like you're handicapped in the run hard. I mean, if your damage is like this low, like this guy's, then yeah, I don't know. It would be hard to be motivated, to be honest. Like, I don't know that like, the way I love Blood Death Knight, I don't know that that's possible with the DPS spec, to be honest. Because your primary job is such like a, there's such like a synaptic feedback to it, you know what I mean? Like, it's a lot harder to be like, well, Blood Death Knight is not working. You know, it's almost never gonna feel like that. Unless we were just like getting fucking destroyed every single pack. But it's like, okay, I'm losing by 1,000,000 overall to every single fucking person I come against. Like, when you have 3 DPS in the run, you know what I mean? Like, it feels like it would be a lot harder to feel like you're doing well on a spec like this. You're almost like, if you don't love every second of it, you really would just want to quit probably over it. And Lou, what's up, buddy? Welcome. No score today, no. We're not. Probably not even gonna. We only finished one run at this. Well, I guess we're gonna finish this one. These guys actually want to finish this for completion or whatever, which is good for me. Now we're gonna fight the entire beehive because I don't. Did we get a single bee used there? Ain't supposed to be this many up. Nope. Didn't mean to even click that. Guess I'm gonna have to though. You're beating the warrior. It's pretty much been the whole run, unfortunately. This guy's damage is really poor. Dumb question, what's the bad side to having bees up? Yeah, they just hit hard, I guess, yeah. I'm not really sure, to be honest. This fight does not make a lot of sense to me. But I can tell that when we have a lot of bees up, it doesn't go well, I know that much. Oh, now we aggro trash or something. They put a nasty bleed on people, is that right? Beware, yeah, it's a joke. You're doing this with 2 DPS, so I mean, honestly, it just looks bad because the warrior did really bad at the very beginning when we had like 30 targets hit. I'm sure his boss damage isn't that bad, but the amount of barrels up correlates to the amount of bees that come. The subdued bees do not come back to life. Oh, they don't? Well, why do we see so many of them then? No, I'm pretty sure they definitely come back to life. There's like six up right now. There's not 6 barrels, that's for sure.
Get those wings popping. The best for my bees. Hot honey coming at ya.
You don't drop the fire along the wall? No, you can't really. Too many reasons to be in the middle of the room. Not gonna lie, this Fury is just an inadequate player. Fury is not this bad. No, I doubt it. Yeah, I agree with you. It's definitely not this bad.
Hey, you'll take out my bomb man, my prototype, and my beacon.
Tooltip says they expire after 40 seconds, so yeah. Yeah, I don't know, but I guess maybe I'm just not understanding how it works, but there's times when we're fighting a lot of bees, and it doesn't look like there's that many barrels up, so I don't know. Confusing fight, one way or the other.
Beware. Beware.
How do you keep the flames from reviving the bees?
Beware.
Just don't, yeah, I don't know. Just don't stack them on top of the bees, right? What the hell was that about? What's his overall? I don't know off the top of my head, but we'll see at the end. The barrels spawn another bee every 30 seconds. 3 bees come every single time regardless of the barrels, so 1 barrel is 4 bees, something like that. Well, that time when we had 6 up right then, did we actually have... So there's just the previous 3 barrels weren't dealt with, and then 3 new ones spawn. Is that how it happens?
Beware.
So I guess, okay, so this is why it's confusing then, because if the bees weren't used, it means the barrels weren't broken, right? So it makes you think that since the bees weren't used, that's why they respawn, but in reality it just means the barrels weren't broken. I don't know though, I swear I've seen bees respawn. They respawn if you get a puddle on top of them, right? Is that they come like back to life or something? But other than that, they don't actually come back to full health. I don't know. I thought that fight was gonna be way harder when the season started, but it doesn't seem like it's not really a problem at all. It's hectic and it doesn't seem like people do the mechanics well, but it doesn't really usually make much of a difference. They just throw you off of them if you hit a puddle with them. That's it.
Beware.
What a strange. This dungeon's bosses are very weird. I don't like this fight really much at all, honestly. To be honest though, I've done barrels every single time. I've never seen more than 3 bees up because I actually do the barrels. Yeah, yeah, it's just really hard as a tank. I would like to do it, but for some, I think the biggest issue is that it seems bugged. Like, sometimes I get on them and I just can't use the button. So now I'm sat there not being able to death strike or generate resources for all that time. Wait, what the hell is that? D&D on the roof? Of what? There's no roof. It's like a random hanging wire or something that I got caught on, I guess. You know what instance still sucks? Theater. With the roof things, yeah. Theater's a rough one there, I guess. Guys getting ran over by these waves. Okay, so the reason that we keep getting 2 is because people keep breaking the big one with the non-tank mechanic. Early in the season, it seemed like nobody wanted to do anything other than hit the small barrels, but for now, or at least for this group, it seems like they don't care about that anymore. Definitely seems easier if you just let the tank get all the big ones. Alright. My brother always gets bugged out on the bees. Maybe it's a UI error. Oh, really? Yeah, but it could be a UI, like an add-on thing or something. I'm totally exhausted by today. At least we got a couple finished, but that really was a huge departure from the last few weeks of keys. This guy's asking if he needs the hands. Or is he talking to somebody else? This warbound brother. Is he talking to me? I think he's thinking I got the hands, or the priest got the hands and they're a regular item. This guy wants to join my warband. I love this gay band. It's so funny, right? He's willing to join the warband. Okay. All right, I guess we'll have to talk about that. That's funny. Yeah, I've never seen somebody more excited for a single piece of loot, right? Without comms letting the tank do it should be the play. It certainly seems easier, yeah. Why is he going mad? I have no idea. He must have like really low. He must have really bad item on it. I don't know. Is it like the best stats maybe? Haste mastery, high haste. I just thought it was funny. It's like, even if I could trade him, it's like, you want a champion piece? Like, did you not click on the item? I guess he just saw the name and he knew based on the name. I said, if you want to join my warband, you can have them. He said, I'll join it. This game is funny, man. Alright, I think we didn't do... I didn't get the other one on the other sheet, so hold on a second. Oh, I did put it, I just never put the reason. What was the problem there? I don't even really remember. That's this key. Oh, yeah. We didn't pull the trash mob. Those roof beams make me go insane as Fire Mage. Yeah, I didn't realize they were there. That's the first time I've noticed that. All right, yeah, really got beat up today. That's a tough one. After yesterday, I was like, all right, cool, 3K today. Then where? I thought we might see some 14s this week, but guess at this point we'll be lucky to get 3K this week. Full day, no score, only 2 completed keys. Yeah, all right. Well, we'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully, have a better success rate. I'm gonna be starting earlier tomorrow. I do want to watch the Yankees game. That's at 3, so probably end around like 2:30, 2:45 tomorrow. Opening days tomorrow, yep. Is there something making keys harder this week? 13s instead of 12s. Last week we were on 12s, and this week we're on 13s now. Boston is south for the first 3 series, and they're lucky because it's going to be cold, it looks like, here. So I'd imagine it's going to be cold there, too. You just said they got snow, right? No, I know you don't live actually in Boston, so I don't know if the weather's much different, but...
My directive
Is like the difference of the states in New England substantially different weather, or is it all basically the same? Northern New Hampshire and Maine are colder. Oh, yeah. Outside of that, it's basically all the same. Got it. 80 here, 88 in here in Texas. Whoa. Yeah, I wish it was 88 here. I'd be playing basketball. But, yeah, solid fun. So, we'll be back tomorrow a little bit earlier. Like I said, hopefully we'll still be able to find keys, no problem. And then, yeah, Friday again, I'm going to go play basketball after the stream. So, same early morning for the next 2 days kind of thing. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys in the next one.